Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. Who do you think is right? Bruce Wayne's outfit must be mainly black, and the whole body must have that kind of indestructible texture. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wayne sat in the conference room with the props representative Wix Hart and the representative sent by Industrial Light and Magic, Brooks Carter, and began to put forward their own requirements to them, especially the representative of the props group Wix Hart. This is the first time they have cooperated with each other, and some requirements must be stated in advance to avoid the props being inappropriate due to poor communication. The prop master nodded and then asked, "How does the material of Kevlar feel?" "The texture of this material is very good in the lens, and it can definitely meet your requirements." "No problem, you make a set of samples for me as soon as possible. If it is suitable, we will start mass production." Wayne just put forward the requirements and let the other party make these props in any way, as long as it can meet his shooting requirements. This prop group was recommended by Tim Burton and Warner Brothers. He was not worried about their ability. These prop masters have long-term cooperative relationships with large companies and can be completely trusted. And this. He picked up the designed Batmobile drawing. "This is my own design. I don't have high requirements for it. As long as it can start and drive normally and can cope with the performance in front of the camera, it's enough. But one thing to note is that I don't care whether you will make subtle changes. It must have a sense of technology and science fiction, but it can't be too unrealistic and look fake. This thing is definitely one of the things that movie fans are looking forward to." Wix Hart took the design drawing and looked at it carefully with a frown. After about a few dozen seconds, he tentatively asked, "You don't need to consider other things, such as comfort and rationality. You only need to consider the shooting effect, right?" "Yes. To put it bluntly, all we want is a look, but this look must be perfect in front of the camera." "Okay, that's no problem." The prop master stroked the design drawing and said with a smile, "I will try to design one first. If you are sure after reading it, then make the rest. Everything will follow this process. Is that okay?" "No problem." Wayne nodded, turned to look at Brooks Carter, and talked to him about the required model special effects requirements. These simple things were not a problem for Industrial Light and Magic. They agreed to all his requests and guaranteed that they could be completed before the filming started. Things were simpler than Wayne had imagined. After telling these professionals what he meant, they were ready to go back and start working. However, as the work on it gradually came to an end, his focus slowly returned to the film. Even another round of auditions for Bruce Wayne was hosted by Tim Burton and Schwartz. He personally participated in every task, including adding a small amount of CG shots of Bill's brother, calling several main actors to make up some dubbing, and confirming the addition of soundtracks to ensure that the final film met his expectations. After more than half a month of hard work, the film finally slowly met Wayne's requirements. He was very satisfied with the progress of the work during this period, especially Zack Snyder, who shared too many scattered tasks and saved him a lot of time. Warner Brothers also began to gradually start the promotion of the new film. The trailers, movie posters, and promotional soft articles of it gradually appeared. After the film was completely completed, it was screened internally by the company's film experts and passed the final review of Warner Brothers and was ready to start a preview for film critics and media in advance. This preview is mainly aimed at film critics and theater representatives. The former will ensure professional reputation before the film is released, while the latter will determine the scale of the opening of it. However, all this has nothing to do with Wayne, and all the work was thrown to Warner Brothers. He had just finished the entire production of it and returned to Warner Brothers Studios with Zack Snyder and others to prepare for Bruce Wayne's audition. The selection of the male lead of the film has come to an end. Tim Burton meant that he should determine the candidate as soon as possible to leave ample time for the actor's training. Back to the studio again, in a makeshift audition room, Wayne and Tim Burton sat at the back. Unlike the simple audition before, there was a director's monitor on the table in front of them. All the movements and expressions of the auditioning actors will be clearly transmitted to the monitor through the camera being filmed. Everyone in the audition room kept their mouths shut. The room was extremely quiet, and there was a strong man in front of the camera, who had just performed an impromptu drama. Wayne and Tim Burton did not speak, and their eyes were all fixed on the screen on the monitor. The image of the actor on the screen looked very resolute, with a tough facial expression, giving people a very masculine feeling. Relatively speaking, his figure must have been deliberately exercised. Through the tight clothes, it can be confirmed that this is not a little tender chicken. Mr. Affleck. Schwartz, who was sitting behind the camera in front, said, "Please take off your shirt and show your body to the camera." This is not the first time that there has been such a request. It has happened in the previous auditions, and Schwartz has always hosted the auditions. So the actor nodded, took off his coat and t-shirt without hesitation, revealing the angular muscles on the upper body. Tim Burton leaned forward, got closer to the monitor, and took a closer look. He tilted his head and glanced at the actor in front of the camera. He said to Wayne softly, "This is the one with the best physical foundation I have ever seen. This body of muscles may not meet your requirements for a strong man, but it has a very solid physical foundation. I think after training with professionals, it can fully meet the requirements of the film. This is already one of the best." Schwartz turned around and whispered, "There are only a few of these young actors who know how to manage their bodies so early. I understand." Wayne nodded slowly and did not express any other opinions. But he was estimating the possibility of using him in his heart. His acting skills were not a big problem. Even if he was a little immature, he was the type that could be trained. And it can be seen that this actor is very self-disciplined. There will be basically no accidents when working with such actors. They will be the director's favorite type of people. The actor also saw their communication, stopped his actions, and cast his eyes on the director and producer who could decide the fate of his audition. Schwartz, continue. Wayne waved his hand. He wanted to see the other party's performance for a while longer and consider the pros and cons. There were not many candidates left. The closer he got to the final stage of making a decision, the more cautious Wayne became. Relatively speaking, this actor was still relatively advantageous, especially in terms of physical appearance. He was going to play Bruce Wayne, a character whose name would bring up the adjective tough in the minds of the public. The stronger the body, the better. If he were to find a male vase in a commercial film, with a handsome face and an ordinary body, the audience would probably be distracted at first glance, and the role would basically have no persuasive power. In Wayne's image design for Bruce Wayne, his body had to be comparable to that of the busty Captain America, or even stronger, to be considered qualified. As for the film's requirements for acting skills, he put them aside for consideration. This type of film had too many tricks. A simple bat mask could reduce this requirement by 2 levels. Moreover, he was not planning to win awards with this film, and he did not expect the actor to have a big acting explosion. This was not like a one-man show like Joker, and the audience never wanted to see that. Mr. Affleck. After the actor's audition, Wayne spoke up to break the silence. If the prerequisite for getting this role is to go through more than half a year of hard fitness, do you think you can do it? Of course, Director Greenberg. The excitement in the actor's eyes flashed, and he answered happily, "Yes, it seems that he has made enough preparations." Wayne is also more optimistic about this kind of serious and hard-working actor. He gradually had other plans in his mind, different from what others in the room thought. Even if this actor could not get Bruce Wayne, he would be suitable for other roles. He nodded, put the actor's resume aside, and said, "Ben Affleck, you can go back and wait for notification. The audition results will be notified to your agent within 3 days at the latest. Thank you." Ben Affleck smiled and bowed slightly, turned around, opened the door, and walked out of the audition room. Schwartz had worked with Wayne the longest, and he knew that this actor named Ben Affleck was very close to the position of the male lead. As long as no more suitable person appeared later, he would definitely be the first choice. The boring audition continued, and even Wayne began to feel drowsy, but he insisted on observing every actor. This role was too important for him to relax at all. In order to participate in this round of auditions and let the male lead be selected as soon as possible, he had turned down many work arrangements, even the preview of it. until the last actor was left. When the other party performed a short literary scene, Wayne slowly smiled. "Do you think he is good?" Tim Burton remembered that this was the second time he asked this question, but seeing his partner's smile, he asked it again. "What about Mr. Affleck? They are different. Let's talk about this after the work is over," Wayne said softly. Chapter 200 Until the show life will not be too long. Looking at the monitor screen, Wayne considered which of the two possibilities was more suitable. This actor who was showing off himself would be known as a balloon man in the future, so he was not worried about his body shape. And since he had come this far in the audition, he must be willing to work hard for this opportunity and try his best to change himself to meet the requirements of the role. This role was indeed a matter of one word for Wayne. This was the treatment he had exchanged for his past achievements. The number of directors in Hollywood who had this right could definitely be counted on one's fingers. "Mr. Bale," Wayne interrupted the process before he finished his performance. This was the first time he interrupted the audition today. Even though there were some familiar faces among the actors, he knew that they would become famous in the future, so he did not pay too much attention. "If you are asked to work out for more than half a year to get closer to the requirements of the role, are you willing to change your body shape?" The same question was exchanged for the same answer. Of course, director Greenberg, Christian Bale tried his best to maintain his expression and did not dare to show any excitement at all. Wayne nodded. "That's it. The audition doesn't need to go on. We will notify your agent of the audition result within 3 days at the latest. Thank you." Christian Bale also bowed slightly and turned to walk out of the audition office. As soon as the audition for the male lead was over, while everyone was there, Wayne called the director team and Tim Burton and other production teams together to hold a meeting to decide on the male lead as soon as possible. "Tim." Looking at the people sitting around the desk, Wayne said directly, "This matter will depend on you in the future. Go talk to Christian Bale's agent and see if he is willing to sign a few more film contracts. Also, tell him that my budget for the salary is $1 million US. If he can't accept it, we will change someone. In any case, Christian Bale is his first choice, but now he has a backup. Even if the contract and other reasons cannot be negotiated, he doesn't have to bother looking for someone else." "Okay, leave it to me. Isn't this the job of a production manager?" Tim Burton agreed happily. "Don't cut off contact with Ben Affleck. If Christian Bale can't reach an agreement, talk to Ben Affleck's agent immediately. Both of them can play this role." Wayne continued, "But I want a stable and cheap actor. It's impossible to only consider this movie. The subsequent film contract must be at least 5 or so. The salary increase clause must be included in the contract. Talk to Christian Bale first. After all, Spielberg said he performed well. For this kind of movie, that is bound to have a sequel. He thinks stability is the first priority, and the second most important thing is the clause that limits the salary increase. Apart from other things, actors and directors like to shoot sequels because they can maximize the blood of the production company. Normally, after a movie becomes popular, the production company will not easily replace the actors, which will bring unpredictable risks to the already safe project. This is why most production companies have to pinch their noses and pay actors sky-high salaries. This is the case with Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean and Robert Downey Jr. in Iron Man. Wayne certainly doesn't want to see a movie where actors take most of the profits. Apart from other things, the sky-high basic salary alone can greatly affect the filming of a movie. Moreover, he will definitely become a member of Warner Brothers, and he must think about future plans. It doesn't matter, I'm sure I can convince their agent. Tim Burton has experience in this matter. When a little actor who is not yet famous faces the temptation of instant fame, no one can control himself. Even if it is a devil's contract, he dares to write his name. Hurry. Wayne took out the cigarette box from his pocket and lit a cigarette with satisfaction. No matter which of them, after the deal is made, this studio will be renovated immediately, and they must come here every day to receive body training. Wayne turned his head and looked at his senior brother. "Luke, go to Hong Kong as soon as possible, for 2 purposes. First, go and see the location we are going to use. We need to confirm where to shoot the snowy scenes in the film as soon as possible. If it is not suitable, we will set up the scene in Los Angeles. Second, there are many martial arts instructors there. Find one who is above the standard. There does not need to be too many people. 3 or 5 will be enough. No problem. Luke Simmons is familiar with these things. He is the first to survey the location of each of Wayne's films. He is almost a location scout director. Martial arts? Kung Fu? Pa. After saying that, Wayne raised his hand and slapped his forehead, shaking his head in front of everyone's onlookers. I almost forgot. There is no need to find a place for this matter. Call Brandon Lee and ask him to contact a reliable team. He does not know the world-class martial arts master, but he has the son of a world-class martial arts master. With the relationship of Brandon Lee, the team he finds should be trustworthy. Wayne did not expect the male protagonist to learn Kung Fu, but after all this training, it is enough to have that intention. In the end, Bruce Wayne's fighting style is definitely still based on powerful strikes. At least it is necessary to simply prove that Batman is proficient in almost all fighting techniques. A strong man who has been trained must meet the public's definition of a fighting master. Kung Fu is just a training method. After the temporary meeting was disbanded, everyone went to work on the things at hand. In fact, except for the male lead, Wayne was not too anxious about other roles. He could take his time to choose. He could even wait until the work of it was finished before continuing to choose. Things developed well. The next day, Tim Burton brought Wayne good news. Christian Bale's agent agreed to all the conditions offered by the crew and signed the contract accompanied by a lawyer. The salary for this contract was only $800,000, which was pitiful compared with the huge production cost, but the other party was definitely not looking at this little money. They were looking at this opportunity. Before putting his energy back into the new film to be released, Wayne did not care about props, special effects and location preparation. He discussed Christian Bale's fitness with the fitness expert he invited. Christian Bale is definitely strong now, but this alone cannot meet the requirements of the role. He must work harder to exercise, control his diet, and become stronger. When he appears in front of the camera, he must give people a strong feeling at first sight. The main potential audience of the film must be North America, or the entire European and American regions. Such a figure meets the public's definition of a hero. Wayne knows that his type of R-rated film will never be accepted by the Eastern market, so he has never considered those things. It is possible that Japan, South Korea and Taiwan will introduce it, but those markets are too small, and he is not willing to bother to make changes. It can only be said that but determines the position of the head. The fitness coach customized a full set of weight gain plans for Christian Bale. He will eat a lot of high-calorie food every day in the first 3 months of 6 months to make his weight increase rapidly. Then in the next 3 months, accompanied by a fitness expert, slowly turn all the fat into strong muscle blocks. This is the most common way to gain weight in the industry. Wayne is not sure whether it has an impact on the health of the body, but it is the fastest way for actors to shape the body they need, and for Christian Bale, who is still a small actor, this is the fastest way for him to become famous, and there is no reason to refuse. He can feel the benefits of participating in a big production. After signing the contract, the recorder began to harass him constantly, trying to get some news from the crew from him. This feeling was not there, even when he participated in Spielberg's Empire of the Sun. The results are out. Nina put down the phone in her hand. Jeff Robinov knows that you are very busy, so he called me directly to tell me the results of the preview. In the director's office in the studio, Wayne put down the notebook in his hand and smiled. How are the results? Overall, it's ideal. The assistant looked down at the data she had just recorded. The first preview of it was mainly for film critics and theater chains. The critics didn't think highly of you, thinking that your level had regressed, and that you shouldn't waste your energy on such pure horror. Nina. Wayne shook his head. Their opinions are not important. Since you have accepted Warner Brothers PR, you won't say anything nonsense in your column. What about the theater chains? The assistant shrugged, turned to the next page and continued. The 3 major theater chains in North America have all expressed their affirmation of the film's excitement and appeal. Companies such as AMC, Monarch Cinemas, and American Artists will open a total of 2,975 theaters for it. Hearing this number, Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that such a horror film could be released on a large scale already shows that theater chains are interested in his name. Otherwise, such a pure genre film would never have so many theaters. That's enough, Nina. Wait for the movie to be released and get the bonus. No, boss. The assistant looked at his face and said worriedly, both the Warner Brothers film experts and the Theater Alliance film experts have expressed doubts about the film's staying power. They believe that it will not be able to escape the rules of genre films and its lifespan will not be too long. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Summer Vacation is coming. Will the screening lifespan not be too long? Wayne grinned. This is the common problem of this type of film, and they are not wrong. Whether it is a horror film or a thriller, as long as this type of film appears in the theater, it will inevitably be a short-term carnival for fans of the genre film, and then once the heat is over, it will immediately withdraw from the theater market. It is the type of film that makes a quick buck and leaves. The production company that invests in this type of film also understands this. The advantage of this type of film is that it often appears that a small amount of money will be rewarded with a big investment, and after a short period of screening, it will be immediately withdrawn from the theater market. Then the production company will seamlessly connect and release videotapes in the market. This type of film, especially horror, blood, and grindhouse films, has always been the main force in the videotape market, whether it is rental or sale. It doesn't matter, Nina. I'm mentally prepared for this, and this movie is not the same as ordinary horror films. Even if it can't stay in the theater market for a long time, I have absolute confidence in the box office. Since Wayne chose this step of the film, he can think of the result. This is just a transitional work of his, a final benchmark for horror films. There are other reasons. No matter how it is filmed, no dark movie can be as inflammatory as Joker in society, and it is impossible to surpass the box office of Joker in a short time. Joker is a product of special circumstances. First of all, the social influence of this film is like a virus, which will spread on a large scale. Secondly, this film directly hits the pain points of current North American society. Even people of color are crazy about watching it, which is very rare in movies. Okay. The assistant continued to talk about the recorded data. For the second preview, Warner Brothers invited 1,500 ordinary moviegoers. Among the questionnaires returned, 85% were rated A or above, and the rest were rated C or below. It can be said that this is already a very good audience reputation in horror movies. Most of the fans who rated A or above said that they were moved by the beauty in the film, especially those who were moved in their youth. This is a relatively good phenomenon. Yeah. Wayne nodded, which means that the effect he wanted has been achieved. Now he just needs to wait for Warner Brothers to slowly promote it and see the market performance in September. Unlike the busy film directors in the studio who listen to the cold numbers reported by their assistants, Cohen Campbell, the manager of the Imperial Cinema, and Alexander Odyssey, the company's film expert, came back from the Warner Brothers preview and went into the manager's office. The reason why Cohen Campbell participated in this preview was because Joker left a deep impression on him, and he wanted to see the director's new film as soon as possible. In some ways, it is not comparable to Joker. Whether it is the core of the film or the ideology, the two films are too different. But from a horror film perspective, it is undoubtedly the top work of this type, and the production cost of tens of millions of dollars is absolutely worth it. Thinking back to the group of losers in the film, his own teenage years automatically emerged in his mind. Those children simply covered all the unfortunate childhoods, but they performed the unfortunate childhood so realistically. If we only talk about the plot of this film, it may not be as good as Wayne Greenberg's previous work, but it can indeed impress most audiences, especially the horror element in the film. There is almost nothing new, but combined together, it has become a top horror film. Based on my many years of experience in watching movies, I would give the film a score of around A. Of course, this is not an artistic score, but a score for the estimated market prospects. Whether it is the real performances of the young actors, the beauty of the youth recorded by the director with the camera, or the horror element, and the clown, each appearance is arranged just right. These will become the main selling points of the film. The most important point is that the core of this film is simple enough, so simple that, as long as the audience sits in the theater, they can understand all the plots, and the mood after watching it will not be as heavy as Joker. This kind of drama of facing difficulties with friends in adolescence and overcoming difficulties is very easy for ordinary people to get emotional. Almost everyone has this special yearning in their adolescence. Dwayne Scott has always been dismissive of those hypocritical film critics and their hypocritical comments. He said that Wayne Greenberg has regressed and that he should not waste time shooting such pure horror films and should pursue more meaningful topics. In his opinion, these film critics are pretending to be confused. This film is obviously Wayne Greenberg's excessive work. The media's extensive coverage of Batman some time ago shows that the director's focus has always been on the Batman project worth over $100 million. What is a good film and a bad film? In other words, in Dawn Scott's eyes, there is no distinction between art and non-art. A good film is a hit, and a bad film is one that no one cares about. And this it is obviously a film that has many hit elements. Wayne Greenberg has not regressed. On the contrary, his level is as good as ever in terms of the appeal of the story. Alexander Odyssey suddenly spoke up, interrupting Dawn Scott's thinking. The film expert continued. After Joker was taken off the shelves, I studied this director for a long time. His films have almost no big scenes to attract attention, and there are not too many large-scale bloody shots, but they can attract more and more audiences. Until a certain moment, I figured out why. Its appeal. Even if the stories are different, what he does is the same. At the beginning of the film, he pulls the audience's emotions to the protagonist, and then tells the story through emotional resonance. The summary of film expert Alexander Odyssey made Dawn Scott understand a lot at once. That's right, just as he concluded, when watching Wayne Greenberg's films, you will always be pulled into the story at the beginning. Yes, I have to say that this director is really a genius who takes a different approach. Dawn Scott agreed. No, Dawn. Alexander Odyssey shook his head slightly, reminiscing as he spoke. In the first two films, you can say that he is a genius who takes a different approach. But after a simple accumulation of training, the use of this technique in the last two films has completely reached the level of master. Dawn Scott never expected that a film expert who makes a living by watching movies would give such a high evaluation. The film expert opposite him has always been famous in the company for his sharp vision, and not only is his vision good, but the film market evaluation he gives is basically not too far from the actual performance of the film. Dawn Scott has known him for nearly 20 years, and there are definitely no more than 10 directors who can be called masters by him, and almost all of those people are well-known bigwigs. But how old is Wayne Greenberg? Judging from his age, his career as a director has just begun, and he is not at the age of energetic creation. Be prepared to increase the screening scale of it, Dawn. Alexander Odyssey took out his movie watching record book, flipped through it, and read his analysis at the time again, and said with more certainty, September is a good time. The fierce competition in the summer movie season is over, and it just took over the market. I'll pay attention to this. Dawn Scott nodded. He believed in his old friend's judgment. Every theater company has such a film expert, and their job is to do this. I'll call John Gray later and ask for more film copies. However, what do you think of The Shawshank Redemption? I remember that you attended the preview and were silent for a long time after returning. Now those film critics are praising this film to the sky. Dawn Scott would not attend the preview in person unless he was particularly interested in the film. But this Shawshank Redemption made Alexander Odyssey silent and gave a mediocre answer. It's a good movie. The film expert's expression was complicated and tangled, as if he couldn't find too many adjectives. This movie is definitely a good movie. This is undeniable. Anyone who has seen it will definitely be filled with the spirit expressed in it and let it fly. But this movie is also very special. Whether it will explode or not, even I can't judge. It's better to arrange the screening scale according to the normal commercial film level. After saying that, as if he recalled the special movie again, he reached out and touched his head, stood up and walked out of the manager's office. Dwayne Scott looked at the old friends back in confusion. Is it really that special? No matter how busy Wayne is, after 3 years, the summer season without his directed film is still here. After May, the fierce competition is still as expected. Unlike the previous few years, in the previous few years, Wayne's movies dominated the market as soon as May came, but this year without his participation, the competition has become more intense. The whole month of May was basically a state of one after another. Just when all the media thought that this state would continue, 20th Century Fox's Speed ended the melee. But Fox didn't have much time to laugh. Just 1 week later, Buena Vista International's family-friendly animated feature film The Lion King snatched away most of the audience in June with an unrivaled advantage. This family-friendly animated feature film almost dominated the entire June schedule. Although Speed performed very well, it could only be ranked second. Chapter 204 Don't Let Them Meet for No Reason. After the release of Stone City in May, Speed and The Lion King in June, this year's summer box office trend in North America has reached a new high. This week, Forrest Gump, which Paramount has high hopes for, landed in the theater market. This blockbuster, directed by Robert Zemeckis and starring Oscar winners Tom Hanks and Robin Wright, had a worrying box office performance in the first weekend. Although it successfully won the box office champion this week, it only received more than $24 million, which is definitely lower than Paramount's expected box office. Could it be that Tom Hanks can't escape the Oscar curse and may encounter a Waterloo in his acting career? The new Oscar winner may not be able to do anything. Naomi Watts put down the newspaper in her hand and turned her eyes to the man next to her. Her attention was not all on this Los Angeles daily entertainment newspaper. When she read the box office figures of Forrest Gump, the big director next to her had a sarcastic smile on his face. This expression only means one thing: he disagrees with the opinions of those film critics, and even despises the manuscripts written by them. Otherwise there would not be such unbridled ridicule. Why don't you continue reading? Wayne looked at the Australian beauty with some surprise and found that she tilted her head and kept staring at him with a smile. What happened? Didn't you want to read it to me? Naomi Watts stretched out her white fingers and pressed the corner of Wayne's mouth. What did your smile mean just now? Do you think this movie starring Tom Hanks can be saved? Grabbing the white palm and stroking this beautiful hand lightly, his mouth corners showed a mocking chuckle again, stretched out his other hand and tapped the newspaper on the table. Is Tom Hanks magical? This sentence is obviously a question, but it is full of ridicule when it comes out of Wayne's mouth. Nami, it's best not to believe the nonsense of those film critics. How dare a bunch of outsiders jump up and down in the newspapers? Forrest Gump has been released for almost a week. Have you heard anyone in the industry say that this movie is not good? Have you heard that Tom Hanks is not good? These so-called entertainment boards just understand the box office figures. Don't use your brain to read the reviews. Some films may never have a big box office hit, but when the box office figures are finally counted, they will definitely make a group of media dumbfounded. That's right. Forrest Gump has never achieved a high box office or a single week, but all the insiders who got the news know that this film will not only not be Tom's Waterloo, but will also push his status higher. As long as the audience who have seen this movie, almost all of them gave the film a score of A or above, this can only mean one thing: this movie has a big reputation among the audience, and the box office figures will only be a matter of time. If you want to see the box office performance of a movie, you should never check media reports or trust the professional reputation of film critics. These things can be handled by public relations. Otherwise, where will part of the publicity and promotion costs of the distribution company go? Understand the reputation of the general public of movie fans. They are the first-hand consumers of the movie product. The power of word of mouth is terrifying even after 20 years, let alone now. Are you saying that this movie has a lot of staying power? Naomi Watts poked Wayne in the ribs, very dissatisfied with his pretentiousness. Oh, I said, how did you suddenly learn to be romantic? You actually asked me to watch a movie. You don't want to watch this movie? Hey, Naomi. Wayne deliberately frowned. Why can't I be romantic? Yes, you guessed it right. We are going to watch this movie. Facing the man's thick skin, Naomi Watts curled her lips and rolled her eyes at him without hesitation. open the small refrigerator in the car, and take out 2 bottles of purified water from it. Since they were going to the movies, she was going to bring some water with her. No one knew the kind of man beside her better than she did. He would rather die of thirst than drink a sip of the mysterious drinks in the cinema. He seemed to not care about the quality of life, but it was because Nina took such good care of him that he never had to worry about anything. Watching the woman preparing herself, Wayne put his arm around her waist. When Los Angeles was officially the hottest, Naomi Watts was only wearing a small t-shirt and shorts, which instantly gave him some special ideas. "I'm asking you, Naomi." "Wayne, this is where you can't be romantic." Naomi Watts was very helpless with this man. She grabbed her hand that was afraid of falling on her hip and said, "You are used to being strong in front of girls, and girls have to cooperate with you to violate them. You don't understand romance at all, you beast." The car soon stopped at the door of a movie theater. Naomi Watts disguised herself before getting out of the car. She put on a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. She was dressed like a girl next door. She lowered her head and hugged Wayne's arm and followed him into the theater. Fortunately, the attentive assistant lady helped them book a VIP theater. There were not many people in it. After the two of them entered, they got into the corner of the back row. The two of them were like a pair of young lovers who watched the movie hand in hand carefully throughout the movie. From time to time, when they encountered doubts, Naomi Watts would lie on Wayne's shoulder and ask a few questions softly. Until the end of the movie, the two followed the few fans and clapped at the screen before coming out. From the perspective of a normal North American, this movie conveyed too much information to them, far more than just Bayu Wang. As the crowd walked out, Naomi Watts asked him in a low voice, "That fruit company, can investing in it really make so much money? I seem to remember hearing that the founder was kicked out." Wayne was in a very good mood today. The preparations for Batman went smoothly, which made him relax. Hearing the girl's curiosity, he casually said, "Don't worry, that is one of my idols. The fruit company can't do without him. Sooner or later, they will invite him back. Otherwise this company will never be able to come back to life." Oh my god. After leaving the theater, the two got into the car together. Naomi Watts took off her mask and everything else, and felt even more curious. "Wayne, this is the first time I heard that you have an idol. Don't deny it. I'm definitely the woman who knows you best. Although you seem to be very kind to everyone, even the temporary workers at the bottom of the crew can get your smile. But I know very well that you are so proud in your heart that you look at us as if we are a group of game tools. At least this feeling is not wrong." At this time, Wayne frowned slightly and began to wonder if he was walking too smoothly or if he said too much today. That's right, even though more than 20 years have passed, there is a sense of unreality in his heart. That's why Naomi Watts feels this way. Wayne does have this view sometimes, as if everything looks like an NPC, but when he turns around, everything is so real and scary. "Hey, honey, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that he didn't say anything for a long time, the Australian beauty reached out and touched his face with concern. "It's okay, sorry, I was distracted. This is an old problem. As for that boss Joe, of course he is my idol. Even if he leaves the fruit company, he will do greater things after coming to Hollywood. For some people, even God will be jealous of his talent." Feeling the warmth of the palm on his face, Wayne smiled slowly. Is there anything more real than this? The car drove steadily in Beverly Hills. The city of angels was brightly lit under the night sky. Although this city is not as tall as New York, the faint lights on Beverly Hills in front of us are still constantly conveying the message of prosperity. When the car passed the gate inspection and stopped at the fountain again, Wayne seemed to have had another dream. He silently pulled Naomi Watts and walked up to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. No matter when a man is, as long as he is cured by one or more women, he will almost have no worries. The Australian beauty, who is at the best age, is obviously his psychologist tonight. They are like young lovers who have just finished a date, trying to squander their passion on each other. Nearly an hour later, Naomi Watts, wearing a bathrobe, walked out of the bathroom and onto the balcony, gently stroking the two big heads with their tongues sticking out. "Do you think it was your high-pitched voice that woke up the two little bastards?" Wayne hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear. You are a savage beast, Wayne. Naomi Watts sat on the recliner with him, speaking harshly. Which woman brought those strange things in the bathroom? Don't say you bought them to torture me. I'm not that perverted. Only people who deliberately please you would do that. Wayne seemed not to hear her words. He leisurely poured a cup of black tea and lit a cigarette. Thick skin was one of his best skills in this life. His proficiency in this skill would definitely not be lower than his level in directing movies. At least some of his unfulfilled dreams in his previous life were now easily achieved by him, such as having a stable career by the age of 30, and then there were a few small goals. 1. Find a woman who can make him laugh. 2. Find a woman with a stable income. 3. Find a woman who obeys him in everything. 4. Find a seductive and flirtatious woman. 5. Find a woman who likes to please him. 6. Don't let them meet. Some damn ideals are finally realized, aren't they? Wayne hugged Naomi Watts, occasionally patted the 2 dogs who grew up with him, and enjoyed the first peaceful vacation in a few months. After waking up tomorrow, he will plunge into work again. Whether it is the Batman that is being prepared, or the It that will be released soon, there are too many things waiting for him to deal with. Chapter 205. Another movie with a $300 million cost. Wayne, I've been reading the prosecutor's file. Before going to bed, the two of them leaned against the head of the bed and chatted casually. Naomi Watts asked him casually, do I still need to audition? Let your agent Jenny go to Tim Burton to discuss the contract. Wayne knew this woman very well, and this was different from the roles of the male protagonist Bruce Wayne and the police chief Jim Gordon. It was almost a matter of his mind whether to audition or not. But after thinking about it, he still said a few more words. I mentioned it to Tim Burton. Discuss it with your agent in advance. The salary for this role will not be too high. You have to think about it. Not only will the salary for this role not be too high, but the salary for the entire project will not be too high. He plans to save most of the funds for the first film and invest them in the production. Naomi Watts nodded. I'll make an appointment with Jenny in advance. I'll accompany you to the premiere of it. Sure, but it'll be very simple this time. After all, the investment in this film is not high, and it's a genre film. Wayne closed the book in his hand and put it on the bedside, turning off the lamp in front of the bed. This is a horror film. The publicity and distribution funds offered by Warner Brothers are only half of the production cost, tens of millions of dollars. If you are willing to come. This film can't be as popular as Joker. After saying that, he hugged the woman in his arms and closed his eyes comfortably. The reason why many stars are willing to attend premieres, especially the premieres of popular films, is to help the film only for the secondary purpose, and the main purpose is to maintain exposure. There has always been a truth in the Hollywood circle that no matter whether it is good or bad public opinion, being discussed or even abused is better than being ignored. This is mainly about those small stars. Of course, those A-listers are definitely not in this category because they are the focus of the media and the creators of topics. They basically don't have to bother to get exposure opportunities. If one's status reaches that level, even the trash cans at the doorstep of a celebrity's home will be regularly searched by paparazzi every day, and even the number of small umbrellas they used last night will be the target of gossip tabloid reports. Since July, the box office of Forrest Gump did not decline as expected by the media in the second week of its release. It has maintained a steady box office trend since the first weekend. As time goes by, not only has there been no decline, but it has also begun to create a trend in North American society. Things are just as Wayne thought. The entertainment sections of various media newspapers have begun to unanimously change their statements and began to praise Tom Hanks. The reason is that, although the box office of Forrest Gump has never exploded, everyone found that compared with the first weekend, the box office of this movie did not see a decline after the statistics of the second week came out. Normal summer popcorn movies usually have the highest box office in the first weekend, and will definitely usher in a larger decline in the second week. If this decline can be kept below 40%, it will be a very healthy market trend. But Forrest Gump completely ignored this market rule. With the support of strong audience reputation, it has been harvesting box office with a stable and terrifying performance. Of course, Forrest Gump cannot dominate the market, but its stability is unexpected. On July 15th, The theater market ushered in another summer blockbuster, True Lies starring James Cameron and Arnold Schwarzenegger, released by 20th Century Fox. This film can be said to be the most anticipated summer action blockbuster by movie fans. It can also be said to be a classic among classics in the 1990s action movies. It immediately dominated the theater market as soon as it was released. Coincidentally, this is also the beginning of the import of Hollywood blockbusters on the other side of the Pacific. Movie fans there also saw for the first time such a hot action blockbuster, which opened up the concept of Hollywood blockbusters on the other side of the Pacific. By the beginning of August, the popularity of True Lies and Forrest Gump was about to fade, and just when fans were shouting that this summer was a carnival for fans, the arrival of a hot comedy called The Mask pushed the general public fans to the top. This film officially established Jim Carrey's position in the circle and his extraordinary audience appeal. His rich facial expressions became his signature among fans. Cameron Diaz also became famous with her performance in the film and became another goddess of the public. Just to say that Charlie's Angels, who was in her early 20s, was definitely the synonym of sexy and beautiful on the big screen. However, the carnival of the general public fans was not over yet. Only a week later, The Mask, jointly distributed by Paramount and Universal, directed by Philip Noyce, and starring superstar Harrison Ford, took over the theater market as soon as it was released. It was also an extremely popular blockbuster, and it was also a superstar. This was the biggest secret of the high box office in the summer of the 1990s. This is also the reason why Wayne wants to avoid this summer season. These classic films of the 1990s in Hollywood, which are still regarded by the public as classics of Hollywood in the 1990s, are almost all gathered in the same year and the same schedule. The fierceness of the fight is definitely the highest in recent years. It is simply a fight between gods. He is not afraid of the so-called competition in Hollywood. In this fierce circle, everyone wants to shoot anyone they see with a gun to survive. But he doesn't think that, if he knows a little more information, he can crush all the movie elites of this era. They are the real geniuses in this industry. Knowing that it will not be good to plunge into it, Wayne will never go head on to collide with those films. If he encounters this schedule of fighting between gods, it is a win, if both sides are hurt. These blockbusters that were released not far apart have all reaped huge box office revenues, and all made a lot of money in this summer season. This is very telling. In the fierce fight between each other, these films have achieved quite impressive results one by one. As time gradually moved forward to September, the surprisingly stable Forrest Gump had quietly earned nearly $300 million in North American box office, reaching more than $290 million. At this time, the media and various film critics seemed to have forgotten their previous pessimism and collectively began to praise Tom Hanks. So, the entertainment section information in the newspapers, just look at the box office figures. What they like to do most is to hit their own mouths. The Rolls-Royce Silver Spur was driving smoothly on the road. Wayne casually threw the newspaper aside in the car. Naomi Watts was also stunned by the box office figures of Forrest Gump. She didn't expect that the movie she watched 3 months ago would quietly create such a great glory. The media seemed to have been attracted by this bombardment of the summer season, until the box office of Forrest Gump broke $200 million, and continued to move forward with an extremely steady pace, and then they attracted their attention again. The 4 major TV networks in North America, the 3 major newspaper groups, various professional film magazines, and entertainment media began to frequently discuss the film. From the character of Gump to the various major events in the film that allude to reality, they are all the focus of social discussion. Naomi. Wayne leaned back in the comfortable leather seat and said with a smile, "Just wait and see. The end of the box office of this film is not here, and the most glorious period is not now. This year's Oscar Forrest Gump will also be the big winner." The speed of the car slowly slowed down. Now it has entered the block of the Chinese theater. The road began to slowly become congested. No matter how simple Wayne thought the premiere of it was, it still attracted a large number of media reporters. After all, this is Wayne's new film after more than a year. Last year's Joker swept the world, as if it was still in front of us. Even if no big stars were invited to the premiere, there was still no lack of media attention. Naomi Watts glanced out the window, adjusted her dress again, and asked him puzzledly, Aren't you afraid that the North American box office of Forrest Gump will surpass yours? I don't have time to pay attention to that. Wayne smiled and shook his head. It is estimated that no movie in the past 2 years can reach the box office height of Joker and Jurassic Park, but it is hard to say in 2 years. Now the first and second places on the North American total box office list are these two movies. The good guys Spielberg and Wayne are definitely one of the biggest winners in the film market last year. Even though there are few entertainment methods now, and most people have not been involved in the internet world, the ticket price of movies is indeed not as high as it was more than a decade later, and this does not include the high ticket prices of 3D IMAX. In this way, the 1990s is indeed the golden age of movies, but it is not easy to easily achieve super high box office like more than a decade later. Therefore, it is definitely a very difficult thing to easily exceed $300 million in the North American box office. Even if hundreds of movies enter the theater market every year, it is still very difficult to reach this standard. It can be said that every film that can reach this box office figure is almost the product of special circumstances. If it cannot cause a strong social response and let more people go to the theater to watch it repeatedly, it is almost impossible with the current movie ticket prices. Is there anything wrong with my MacUp? Naomi Watts put the small mirror and lipstick into her handbag and approached Wayne again with concern, asking him to help check it again. No problem, Naomi, you will definitely be the most beautiful woman tonight. Today's Australian beauty is wearing a black dress, a low-cut and hip-wrap dress, which deliberately highlights her long legs. The pure black color makes her look mysterious and sexy. Her golden hair is tied behind her head, revealing her slender neck. A simple diamond necklace is embellished on her chest, which is definitely the synonym of sexy and charming. On the other hand, Wayne himself is just a simple handmade black suit. Although it is still close-fitting and decent, it is always the same style for 10,000 years. Men are much less worried than women in this regard. As long as it is a dark and decent suit, no matter what event they attend, they will not go wrong. Chapter 206 Premiere. The car slowly approached the China Theater. Naomi Watts was ready to let the media take as many photos as she wanted. In front of them were a group of young actors in Brandon Lee's car. Although this group of people was not famous yet, the fans and reporters on both sides were very respectful. They screamed when they should, applauded when they should, and flashlights flashed from time to time. The production cost of it was only more than $20 million, and the investment in publicity was relatively small. Warner Brothers invested most of its publicity funds a week before the film was released. People in the industry understand that no matter what type of film is a big hit, it cannot be separated from high-intensity publicity and promotion. A week before today's premiere, several young actors and Brandon Lee began to participate in various programs, interviews, and activities. Newspapers owned by Warner Brothers, and with good relationships, various types of entertainment magazines, large posters that appeared in cinemas in advance, talk shows on local TV stations, and various large billboards outdoors are all regular publicity methods before the film is released. What is difficult to operate is that the young actors and the crew are basically minors. Otherwise the public relations department of Warner Brothers would have hyped up their relationship in the entertainment tabloids. The only exception is director Wayne. Because of his work, he did not personally stand on the stage this time, and the distribution department of Warner Brothers did not customize a similar plan for him. Compared with the investment scale of this film, it is obvious that the project with an investment of hundreds of millions cannot be delayed. It was not until all kinds of work were done, such as contacting the screening theaters, distributing film copies in cities across North America, and confirming the premiere theater, that Warner Brothers notified Wayne to attend the premiere on time. Backed by a giant-level media group, it can be said that Wayne does not have to worry about anything that is not related to film production. Warner Brothers has a complete range of professional departments and personnel, as well as a very complete variety of publicity and distribution channels, and upstream and downstream operation capabilities. All he has to do is to continuously produce high-quality content. This is also the most comfortable place for him. As long as his value continues to increase, the honeymoon period between Warner Brothers and him will be extended indefinitely, and he can save countless energy for film and television production. After this film, Wayne will quickly buy shares in Warner Brothers. Hollywood has already contacted more than 5 large banks. Now it is certain that hundreds of millions of funds can be loaned out. Wayne's credit and income are absolutely no problem. This is an important transition for him to change from a worker to a boss. However, in the evaluation of Wayne by the outside world, he is never admitted to be a simple film director, and normal people will not see him that way. With the name Wayne Greenberg, it is generally producers and film directors. The media and people in the circle generally evaluate him similarly to Steven Spielberg. Pick up the camera. He is a top genius director. Put down the camera. Wayne is a film businessman. This is related to the rights and benefits he generally obtains. He can decide the crew staff, all the actors, and preside over the post-production of the film. Even in Hollywood, few directors can get it. All this comes from uninterrupted success, which is constantly higher than everyone's expectations. This circle is so realistic. Whoever can create greater benefits is the winner. It is a winner-takes-all game. These little actors are so unfortunate. Before getting off the car, Naomi Watts watched Drew Barrymore walk on the red carpet and said with great emotion, "What? They will become famous through this. You are too sentimental, Naomi." Wayne buttoned up his suit jacket, opened the car door, and got out of the car. He turned around and stretched out his hand to help the Australian beauty down. As the only big name in the film, when he walked on the red carpet, the press area on the left instantly burst into enthusiasm, and the dazzling flashlights were like daylight. I mean, after walking on the red carpet, these little actors can't watch their own movies. Isn't this unfortunate enough? While smiling and letting various media take pictures, Naomi Watts explained in a low voice. They can watch it if they want to, as long as they don't watch it in public. This is an R-rated movie. Wayne usually walks on the red carpet very quickly. He is not a star standing in front of the stage, so there is no need to maintain this exposure. However, this time because he was the only publicity point and to take care of the Australian beauty, he deliberately slowed down his pace. Wayne. Hey, Wayne, look here. Seeing him walk to the middle of the red carpet, some fans screamed loudly, and some shouted his name. The film will not be officially released until tomorrow, Friday. Today, only about 2,000 advance screenings were opened in the United States. Those who can come here to attend the premiere can all be considered his die-hard fans. Aren't you going to sign autographs for them? Damn it, why do you, a director, have so many die-hard fans? This is unscientific. Seeing that they were about to pass by the large group of fans, Naomi Watts looked at the security personnel who were trying hard to stop them, kept smiling and whispered to him, "No, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary confusion. I still remember what happened last year very clearly." After Wayne finished speaking, he ignored the screaming fans, pulled Naomi Watts to speed up, and walked quickly to the theater in trance, ready to quickly accept the routine interview, so that he could enter the theater. Different from the previous interview format, Bella Grant, who is now the entertainment editor of the Los Angeles Times, waited directly in the interview area. With her current status, she finally didn't have to squeeze in the press area. There were only 2 media outlets that could wait at the door of the theater. The other one was CNN, which is owned by Warner Brothers. Unlike TV stations, paper media such as the Los Angeles Times pay more attention to the timeliness of text. CNN wanted much simpler news than them. As soon as Naomi Watts entered the interview area, the 2 women looked at each other and quickly shifted their eyes away from each other's faces. "Your fierce good friend is here too. I often see her in the gossip tabloids." "Wayne, how can you like a cow? I remember you like model figures, right? This taste has become a little." "Naomi, let's go get autographs." Wayne seemed not to hear her words. The thick skin trick worked for Naomi Watts time and time again. She just complained a few words and kept her at least decent. In this aspect, she was firmly controlled by Wayne. After signing on the autograph board, Bella Grant came up with the microphone. "Mr. Greenberg, can you tell me about your expectations for this film?" Wayne said with a tense face. "It will be the box office champion this weekend." "Okay, is Miss Naomi Watts your girlfriend?" "She is your female companion for every important event." "When did you start dating?" "Hey, Bella, please ask questions related to the movie." Wayne shrugged, but still explained a few words with a smile. We have always been good friends. Don't hurt me. Nami's male fans will kill me. Bella Grant continued. Okay, last question. Mr. Greenberg, this is a story about several teenagers. As the main planner of the film, what was your original intention in filming this story? Seeing that the question was back to the movie, Wayne also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought for a while before saying, although this is a horror film, it is also a story of a teenager's growth. The pure and heartbroken teenagers face their inner fears and turn from losers to lovers. Whether it is friendship or hazy teenage love, it is a necessary path for growth. Sorry, I can't reveal too much. More fans have to find it in the film. Bella Grant took back the microphone. Okay, thank you Director Greenberg for sharing. After accepting the routine interview, the two entered the theater and joined Jimmy and Nina, who came in earlier, and walked to the VIP lounge on the second floor together. But as soon as he got to the second floor, Wayne saw an unexpected person. He remembered that Warner Brothers had not informed him that this person would attend the premiere. Nina deliberately lagged behind a few people and whispered in her boss's ear. Boss, he came in from the employee channel. He has been waiting for you. It must be about the Lord of the Rings. He is really persistent. Wayne nodded and took the initiative to walk up to the fat man to say hello. After all, his presence was a sign of support for the film. Good evening, Harvey. I'm glad you're here. Good evening, Wayne. I wish your new film will continue to be a big hit at the box office. The two shook hands and walked to the lounge area and sat down together. Before the fat man could speak first, Wayne said directly, Harvey, if you want to talk about the film and television copyright of that masterpiece, then forget it. My meaning will not change. Wayne, don't rush to refuse. Harvey Weinstein had a smile on his fat face. He glanced at Naomi Watts and assistant Nina, who were sitting next to the young director. After waiting for a while to see that they had no intention of leaving, he looked at him and said, I have an idea, you can consider it. The copyright of this masterpiece is still yours. Miramax can produce it with you. We can jointly set up a studio and then shoot the film according to the investment ratio. Of course, all kinds of problems in the early preparation and shooting can be handed over to Miramax to solve. You just need to provide the copyright. In this way, even if you don't invest in production funds, you can still get profits in proportion. We can discuss this proportion together. Wayne extended his hand to Nina, and the assistant took out his cigarettes from his bag. People around him knew him well. Whenever he needed to think seriously, he would be surrounded by cigarettes. Harvey Weinstein's proposal was not impossible for him now. He could not create value by holding the copyright. If he could use the other party's money to shoot the film and then hand it over to Warner Brothers for distribution, it would mean that most of the profits would be obtained by himself, and he would not have to pay for the copyright. Chapter 207, Biting Off Your Arm. I need to think about this, Harvey. Wayne scratched the stubble on his chin with the hand holding the cigarette. After thinking for a while, he didn't say anything completely this time. Anyway, this matter can't be discussed in a few words, and this environment is not suitable. Okay. The fat man stood up happily and shook hands with him again. If you have time, you are welcome to come to Miramax. Quentin likes your production style very much. Knowing that I'm coming, he asked me to help invite you to the premiere of Pulp Fiction. No problem. Ask him to send me an invitation letter later, and I will definitely go to support you when the time comes. Wayne also agreed happily. Of course, the premise of all this is the future cooperation. If they can reach an agreement, they can naturally support each other. If they can't reach an agreement, there is no need. After saying these words, Harvey Weinstein turned and left the lounge area, but he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he walked to the theater on the first floor and waited for the screening of it. He wanted to see what kind of film this was. As a producer who wanted to cooperate with the other party several times but never succeeded, Harvey Weinstein always felt that he had underestimated the other party's ability. Especially last year's Joker, that swept the world. This movie made Wayne Greenberg a god, and he went from a genre film director who was good at making small and big to the most special commercial film director in the circle. There are many similarities between Quentin Tarantino's production style, or in other words, they are more similar in some places. But Harvey Weinstein always felt that Quentin was like Wayne before Joker, and there were some special things that were very different between the two. In particular, Quentin's use of violent shots was much more rampant than Wayne's films. The most important thing is that Quentin's film structure is mostly unrestrained chapter by chapter style, while Wayne Greenberg tends to multi-line narrative, which is the essential difference between the two. From here, it can be easily seen that Wayne's habits still belong to the rigorous and orthodox academic school, but everyone is attracted by his strong personal style and never wants to classify him into the academic school. If you only look at Wayne Greenberg's films, the core is always some protagonists or stories that are both good and evil and analyze human nature and social problems thoroughly and distortedly. He has a serious tendency towards violence, but does not abuse it. When he uses it, it is like a rushing river, which can instantly release the emotions of the audience. Quentin Tarantino is a little different. His films have more serious tendencies towards violence. It can also be said that the aesthetics of violence permeates the entire story, as if it is making you feel good all the time and allowing you to release your emotions at any time. Harvey Weinstein does not expect much. He only hopes that Quentin, a director who is somewhat similar to Wayne, can achieve half of the other's commercial performance. Then he will be very satisfied. I just asked, the invitation letter that the fat guy got on his own was not sent to him by Warner Brothers. Nina went for a walk and came back to report to her boss in a low voice, nodding. Wayne did not take it to heart. Don't worry about him. This guy is a very smart guy, and he is definitely thick-skinned enough, otherwise he wouldn't have become such a successful producer. The other party was able to run Miramax so prosperously, and it was based on various independent films and genre films. This kind of low-cost film is the most challenging to vision and management ability, unlike the big investment and big production, which is the project with the highest success rate in Hollywood. Except for Harvey Weinstein, an outsider, no one else stood on the stage today, which also made the premiere a stage for fans. Almost except for the media area, the back of the theater was full of fans. Wayne, Mr. Greenberg, led by the big sister Drew Barrymore, a group of young actors who had just attended the press conference, returned to the second floor lounge. They were not old enough to watch movies, and without their parents, they could only say hello and prepare to leave. Wayne stood up and walked to the side of several young actors, patted their shoulders one by one, and said, "Go back and rest early. You will start the nationwide promotion tomorrow morning. Believe me, this is definitely not an easy job, especially for you kids. You're not coming with us?" Drew Barrymore asked in surprise. Normally, whether as a film director or a project producer, he should lead the promotion. No. Wayne shook his head. "I still have a lot of work to do when I have time. Another crew will always have problems for me to solve. I will stay in Los Angeles." Several children greeted each other politely for a while and then left under the leadership of Drew Barrymore. The girls' complaints could still be heard faintly. "Damn it, why can't we watch the movie we starred in ourselves?" Compared with Brandon Lee, they really couldn't watch the movie they starred in, and they couldn't even participate in the curtain call after the movie ended. This was really unfriendly to an actor. This premiere was less chaotic. Even the press conference was held before the film was shown, and there was no party after the film was shown. From this perspective, this was really a simple premiere. Just as Wayne and others returned to the screening room and sat in the front row waiting for the film to start, an uninvited guest quietly walked into the crowd of fans. Warner Brothers did not invite film critics because they had already done the public relations. But people who have seen it wanted to watch it again, such as Todd McCarthy, who sat among the fans. He can be regarded as one of Wayne's die-hard supporters. He appreciates this kind of black film very much and will not give up the opportunity to watch it again. This also helps to publish film reviews in his column. Although the tastes of film critics are always at odds with those of the general public, and they always talk about art, Todd McCarthy understands that it is the industry rule just to highlight the elegance of his group's appreciation level. However, film critics are also a kind of fans. There are no fools among them who can become famous. They are also sucking blood from the production industry, but they will always understand the needs of the general fans. If you really think you are superior and break away from the foundation of the general fans, you will only be abandoned by the general fans. Without the basic support of the general fans, the production company will no longer do public relations for them. Without influence, even if the film critics are elegant and artistic, they will starve to death. We have waited so long for this movie. It's not easy. Todd McCarthy suddenly heard the chat in the front row. The person talking was a young man, and his two friends were girls. At this time, one of the Latino girls gave the boy a thumbs up. "Jess, you are really amazing. You even got the tickets for the premiere." "Emma, this is not my credit. My dad got it." He also asked someone to get it from the Warner Brothers staff. Their company mainly deals in products, which are Warner Brothers movie peripherals. The boy named Jess is a white boy. According to Todd McCarthy's observation, they should all be college students, and they should all be around 20 years old. "Yes." At this time, another white girl said, "After waiting for several months, Wayne's new movie is finally here. I thought I could see it in May." "Jess, can you ask your dad to help you get 2 autographs of Wayne Greenberg? He is so handsome. I heard that he was a quarterback on the school team when he was in school." The lights in the theater began to go out one by one, and the few people chatting in front also lowered their voices. In the theater with hundreds of people, all kinds of chaotic sounds gradually became smaller. Most of the fans who can come here to attend the premiere are fans of Wayne or horror film enthusiasts. Everyone consciously stopped doing miscellaneous things and focused their attention on the lit curtain. "You already have die-hard fans and followers, Wayne. I really can't see through you." An alternative director, taking his attention away from the young people, Todd McCarthy also turned his eyes to the big screen, but he still noticed that Wayne had a lot of die-hard fans, and they were all the main group of movie consumers, young people. This is a bit unreasonable. Directors are behind the scenes anyway. Some directors with die-hard fans have accumulated more than 10 or 20 years, and most of their fans are middle-aged and elderly people of similar age. In fact, this famous film critic will not be surprised by all this, as long as another 10 years pass. By then, directors will basically come to the front from behind the scenes, and everyone will have more or less support groups. The fans of directors are different from those of stars. They will not require their favorite directors to be handsome, have good character, or have no moral problems. They only require their favorite directors to make good movies. Compared with those star fan groups, the loyalty of these fans is higher. The Warner Brothers logo began to appear on the big screen, and Bella Grant hurried to her seat. When she sat down and looked at the big screen, she just caught up with the beginning of the film. Wayne Greenberg's work. The words passed. The film officially began. The story took place in a small town called Derry. The little boy Bill and his brother appeared on the screen. He folded a paper boat for his brother. The brother happily took the paper boat and ran out to play excitedly. It was raining heavily outside, and the paper boat floated forward along the rain. The little boy also chased it quickly. The camera followed the paper boat all the way into the sewer. When the little boy bent down and was about to pick up the paper boat, who would have thought that suddenly a clown stood at the entrance of the sewer? The little boy was so scared that he sat down on the ground. The clown just smiled at him and talked to him. The little boy naively reached into the sewer to get the paper boat. Suddenly, countless ferocious fangs like straw appeared from the clown's mouth, biting off the little boy's arm, and then dragged him into the sewer. Ah. Oh god. FXXK. The audience in the theater were watching attentively, and suddenly they screamed in fear. Everyone was scared by this shot. This shot was different from American horror movies. It was a combination of the East and the West. The scary thing about American horror movies is the blood plasma, a lot of blood plasma, while the scary thing about Eastern horror movies is the atmosphere and suddenness. It can be said that this was the first time that the audience saw such a shot. This bloody shot that appeared suddenly gave everyone a surprise that they were not prepared for. Chapter 208 The Alliance of Cowards assembles. This sudden scene still scared Todd McCarthy, who had seen it once. The strange sound at the beginning of the film, the heavy rain embellishing the environment, and the sudden appearance of the clown, which is the it in the original book. These elements are combined together, and the camera slowly pulls to the perspective of the distant view, so that everyone can clearly see and feel the bloody horror set off by the environment and atmosphere. This movie belongs to the storyline that most people know in advance. Not to mention the 2-episode adaptation of Warner Brothers in 1990. Stephen King wrote this book in 1986, which was the #1 best-selling book in the United States that year. So most people have heard this story more or less. The difference from the original book is that the clown is a concrete it. The concept of it is everything you fear, or what you fear in your heart, it will be incarnated. Wayne can give this it a concrete image, which is the clown. So the adaptation at the beginning of the film gave everyone an unexpected shock. This is also the first place where Wayne made a change compared to the original film. He added an Eastern atmosphere and the suddenness of horror, combined with American bloody bites. At least the audience's feedback at the beginning was very good. If we want to say who played the best in this aspect, of course we have to say director Wen, who played the Eastern horrorcore with Western performance methods, and Wayne was just copying others. FXXK. Harvey Weinstein was also startled. His upper body leaned back into the chair in an instant, and the flesh on his face was trembling. He didn't expect the horror of a horror movie to come so suddenly. However, there were screams in the theater, and then they quickly returned to calm. It was obvious that the curiosity of these people had been aroused. They all couldn't help but not want to miss the next scene, and wanted to find more along this beginning. As for horror movies, a good horror movie is one that scares people. Wayne Greenberg, are those critics who say you've regressed blind, or pretending to be blind? Harvey Weinstein muttered to himself, saying words that only he could hear, and along with the general public of moviegoers, he turned his attention back to the big screen. The camera turned, and the figure of the little boy Bill appeared. His brother just disappeared like that, and it took a long time for him to slowly heal his pain. But in fact, Bill's heart has always believed that his brother is not dead, and may have been washed downstream along the sewer. At this point in the film, the Loser Alliance appeared for the first time, including the talkative bespectacled boy Richie Tosler, the mama's boy Eddie who has severe misophobia and carries asthma medicine with him, the curly-haired Stanley, and the little boy Bill who stutters. After school, several people made an appointment to go to the river to play during the summer vacation. It happened that the river was downstream of the sewer, so it would be a good opportunity for the partners to help find Bill's brother together. The camera returns to another side, where a black boy named Mike works on a ranch and lives with his grandfather. He is mainly responsible for slaughtering sheep on the ranch and is an apprentice in a slaughterhouse. His parents died in a fire, which is a shadow that he has never been able to let go of. He was pushing a cart to deliver goods that day, but the closed door in the alley was different today. Flames slowly emerged from the crack of the door, just like the fire that burned his parents to death. Mike took 2 steps forward in fear, but the door was opened in an instant, and the hidden clown appeared directly in front of him. Just when everyone thought that Mike was going to be killed, a group of children who usually like to bully him suddenly rushed over in a car. The car passed by Mike. Although they still bullied Mike as usual, the car scared him to the ground, but this was a blessing in disguise to save him, and the clown disappeared. The scene turned again, and Bill's friend Stanley was particularly afraid of a painting in his father's office, which was a terrifying abstract painting. When he went to put something away that day, the oil painting suddenly fell down. Stanley slowly walked to the painting, picked it up, and hung it on the wall again, but when he looked up, the terrifying woman in the painting was gone. When he turned around, the twisted woman in the painting suddenly appeared in front of him. Stanley was so scared that he ran away. The scene continued to turn and arrived at the school gate. The new fat boy Ben had just transferred to this small town school. Not only did he not have any friends, but because he was short and fat, he was often bullied by those bad boys and school bullies. He only liked to stay in the library to read books. While he was reading again, he accidentally turned to the book records of the town's history. This town had experienced several mass deaths, such as steel plant explosions and bar arson. When he was looking through these pictures and text records, he found that the clown's face appeared faintly in several of the photos. Turning back, there was a child's head hanging on a big tree. Fatty Ben found that the boy's head looked very much like Bill's younger brother, but the time was obviously wrong. At this time, a red balloon slowly floated by, and there were strange capsules along the way. Little Fatty Ben followed all the way and curiously chased to the basement. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out. In the old photo just seen, the headless body of the burned child appeared and rushed straight towards him. Little Fatty Ben turned and ran. In the dark basement of the library, he suddenly bumped into someone. He looked up and found that it was a black female librarian. At the same time, all the horror scenes that had just appeared disappeared. Seeing this, all the audience have understood that the essence of the clown, and it is still the same. It will transform into the most feared and terrifying thing in everyone's heart in order to better devour its prey. Although this is different from the setting in the original book, the monster it has been concretized into a clown, but its essence has not changed, and it still follows the setting in the original book. Although these short stories are all background introductions, the horror element interspersed in them have scared the audience to scream several times. This is also due to the different understandings of horror points between the East and the West. Remote towns, strange legends, clowns looming around people, and frequent mass deaths in the town in the past are all the element of traditional Western horror. Coupled with the clowns that every child encounters, all of this will almost bring unexpected scares to the audience. When the film was shown here, this was actually the part that Wayne was most worried about. The concept was too advanced, and he deliberately transformed it into a horror point that combined the East and the West. In fact, he himself did not dare to guarantee whether the audience could accept it completely. However, when he looked back quietly several times, he found that everyone in the huge theater was concentrating on watching the movie, and there was not even the sound of some frequent chats and discussions about the plot. Wayne knew that he did nothing wrong. As the filming of each movie was completed, he made more and more changes to the original film. Unlike the initial playfulness, he can now tear off things that he thinks are out of date more boldly, and then add his own understanding. Some overly advanced concepts and expressions are definitely not suitable for this year. We must also consider the current social environment and people's understanding of the story in the film. He doesn't want a top horror film to become out of place after he moved it to the 1990s. The movie is not what I imagined, Wayne. Naomi Watts hugged his arms tightly after seeing the horror scenes several times, and she also noticed that he kept looking back to observe the fans' behavior. This is not like a regular horror movie, but there are many traditional horror elements. At least now, the human nature that you always like to play with has not appeared. However, I didn't expect that you would also worry about the fans' reactions. You are not as confident as you appear. Wayne grabbed her hand, squeezed it gently, and said in her ear, I'm also constantly testing the market, and the first-hand viewing performance of fans is the most real and representative data feedback. Moreover, I'm not a US dollar. I can't make everyone like it. Of course, I'm worried that the response will not be as expected. However, the audience in this large screening room made him put aside his few worries and gradually focus on the movie being shown. On the big screen, the fat boy Ben ran out of the library, but was blocked by the gangster school bully. The leader of the gang took out a switchblade and wanted to carve his name on Stanley's belly. He simply brought the ignorant and hateful side of the school bully who is fearless in reality directly to the screen. In a hurry, the fat boy Ben kicked him away and ran away. He happened to meet the little boy Bill and others. The loser alliance was usually bullied by those people, so he took the fat boy Stanley on a bicycle and ran away. When they went to the pharmacy to buy trauma medicine together, they happened to meet the heroine, Beverly played by Drew Barrymore, who was buying sanitary napkins. She was also often bullied by her classmates, and rumors were spread everywhere that she was a promiscuous person. Beverly also had a father with a strong control desire and a perverted personality at home. At this point, this loser alliance has everyone. Each of them has various family defects, and they are all bullied children in school. A group of cowardly children gathered together and got to know each other like this. From here on, the film introduces the specific background of each child and uses horror element in the middle of the story. Now this group of children with different disabilities have come together and finally began to tell the strange things they encountered. The next day, when they were playing together, the fat boy Ben told everyone what he found in the library. The child disappearance rate and death rate in this town are at least 6 times higher than those in normal towns. There must be something wrong. Chapter 209 Don't scare people to death in the cinema. The beam of light from the old-fashioned projector hit the big screen, and hundreds of people in the hall were quietly watching the big screen. The story was still going on. Eddie, a mama's boy with asthma, was on his way home. He looked curiously at an abandoned villa when he passed by it, but when he turned around again, a terrifying zombie with sores all over his face suddenly appeared. Oh my god. The quiet atmosphere in the theater was broken by the simultaneous exclamations of hundreds of people. Naomi Watts angrily pulled out her hand held by the man and twisted Wayne's waist directly, but her other hand was still tightly holding his arm, and her upper body almost completely buried in his arms. She raised her head and put it close to Wayne's ear, gnashing her teeth and whispering, "Damn it, Wayne, do you have to do this? This is the nth time. You first use a peaceful environment and psychological hints to draw the audience's attention to the young actor, and then suddenly a terrifying and thrilling scene appears. This is too scary, too scary. After this movie, there will definitely be fans who will scold you together." It was Naomi Watts' first time watching a movie, and she was a more emotional woman, so she didn't miss any of the terrifying explosion points set by Wayne, and she was scared and screamed every time. Fortunately, she was not the only one screaming, and hundreds of people covered up her sharp voice together. Wayne stretched out a finger and gently placed it on her mouth. Shh. Keep watching the movie, Nami. If the horror movie is not scary, the core selling point will be gone. Then you have to be careful. Don't scare people to death in the cinema. Naomi Watts muttered softly and put her attention back on the big screen. Her unintentional words made Wayne stunned for a moment, and his mind immediately started brainstorming. He couldn't help but whispered, "It's a good thing to scare people to death." Yes, he seemed to have an impression of this matter. It seemed that a horror movie was marketed in this way. With the bottom line of Hollywood distribution companies, they could definitely do such a thing. Even the dead can be squeezed out of the last bit of value, let alone releasing some false information when marketing movies. It seems that I have to discuss it with the distribution department of Warner Brothers and let them judge and investigate whether it is feasible or not. Anyway, there is no loss. If the plan can really be successfully implemented, it is equivalent to using a million-level publicity cost to create a publicity effect of tens of millions. The key is to find a way to provoke social attention. Only when the whole people pay attention can the popularity of the movie go viral. Wayne's mind turned, and a lot of things naturally came out. If no one reminded him, these wealth with shallow memory points would be garbage. But as long as someone opened this lock, his knowledge that surpassed his age by decades would be worth 1,000 gold. He took the assistant's bag directly, and under Nina's puzzled eyes, he took out her work notebook and clearly recorded this idea. It was just a moment. When he was about to look up and continue watching the movie with the Australian beauty, he suddenly stopped, closing the notebook. Grass, a kind of plant. This marketing method has been thought of, but he has ignored viral marketing. Then he quickly opened the notebook again and wrote a familiar name under the ones he just recorded. Blair Witch. In the past, it was because he didn't have the ability to play this, but now it's different. This thing makes money just like picking it up. Is that movie important? It still relies on that set of true and false viral marketing, which quickly caused a response in society and aroused the curiosity of the public in a short time, and went to the theater to find out. With his current status, he can set up a new company or partner with others to set up a company, and it won't take more than a month to replicate this process. But you must not reveal your name, not even Warner Brothers, not even a little bit, otherwise you will be drowned in the public's saliva afterwards. This thing is equivalent to overdrawing the director's reputation for half a lifetime to earn this first bucket of unexpected gold. No matter how Wayne brainstorms, the movie continues to be shown. The terrifying and disgusting zombies chased Eddie, who had misophonia and asthma, and was almost scared to death. Eddie ran all the way, and sure enough, the clown suddenly appeared in front of Eddie and the camera, looking at him with a smile. Wayne's waist was twisted by Naomi Watts again, and there was a lot of screams in the theater. Looking at the blonde beauty in his arms, who was scared to death, and couldn't help staring at the movie screen, he suddenly laughed. This is his purpose. The camera turned again, and the heroine Beverly was at home, and heard a strange sound in the sewer. The girl took a tape measure and probed into the sewer. When she pulled it out, it was covered with bloody hair. Suddenly, these hairs suddenly rushed out of the sewer, tied up the heroine Beverly, and pulled her to the sewer. The frequent horror scenes kept bombarding everyone's nerves. The screams just stopped and started again, and even many men were screaming "Ah!" Harvey Weinstein, an old filmmaker, has never been overly frightened. Unlike ordinary movie fans, he has always kept a clear mind, but this time, he also felt his scalp tingling, and cold sweat came out from his back. This is not over yet. After the bloody hair tied up the heroine Beverly, a large amount of plasma instantly gushed out of the sewer, dyeing the entire bathroom red in a short time. This is what these North Americans are most afraid of. How could Wayne miss this method? The audience's emotions at this time have also reached a high nest. The scolding one after another made all the creative team curl up their lips. Scolding is just a means of venting. It does not mean that it is insulting anyone now. This shows that most people are scared. FXXK. Harvey Weinstein also whispered a curse. No wonder this movie is rated R. Wayne Greenberg, I thought you had restrained your style, but I didn't expect you to use it more fiercely. The heroine Beverly on the big screen was already scared. The perverted father heard the noise in the bathroom, opened the door and walked in, turning a blind eye to the bloody scene in front of him. Could it be that only children can see these? Exclamation mark. The camera here focuses on the state of the heroine. She went to buy sanitary napkins because she just had her period, a sign of a woman. So what she is afraid of is blood plasma and the strange behaviors of her perverted father. Unlike the previous slow pace, the rhythm of the film seems to have suddenly become fast. The perspective comes to the little boy Bill again. Strange things happen to him at home. In the basement of his own house, his long-lost brother appeared. The brother was wearing the yellow raincoat on the day he disappeared. Just when Bill's attention was attracted by his brother, the clown suddenly appeared again. This time its image was scarier than before, and Bill ran upstairs. The next day, everyone gathered together again. They went to the home of the heroine Beverly to help her clean the blood-stained bathroom. Bill was the first to talk about what he saw. With one person taking the lead to confess everything, there was a second one, a third one, and so on. Everyone encountered the clown's deliberate fright. Except for the talkative bespectacled Richie Tosler, he did not encounter any unexpected situation. At this time, his sentence, "Can only virgins see that thing?" made all the audience laugh. The nerves that had just been tense were slowly relaxed under the real and innocent performances of several teenagers. How even if it was the second time to watch it, Todd McCarthy still breathed a sigh of relief. The whole film can be said to be very catchy at this point, but when everyone's emotions are fluctuating, it can use the beauty of several innocent teenagers to pull the story back, let the audience return to stability, and once again pull the audience into the story. The famous film critic lowered his head and wrote down a comment in his notebook. Just talking about this type of film, Wayne Greenberg's control of rhythm has reached the level of master. Todd McCarthy has seen many directors who can tell stories, but there are definitely not many directors who are so talented in the rhythm of storytelling. Wayne is definitely one of the top few. The group of teenagers on the screen were discussing while walking. On the way home, they once again found that a group of gangsters were bullying Mike. The black boy was pressed to the ground and beaten by several people. This made everyone's grievances of being bullied for many years burst out in an instant. They picked up the stones on the ground and threw them. Soon, the two sides started a stone war. Bill had more people on his side, and they all mustered up their courage. In the end, they still smashed the gangsters away, leaving only the yellow-haired school bully who was the leader lying on the ground, facing failure alone. When the few people returned to the street, they found that a new missing person notice was posted on the wall. The little fat man Ben discovered a pattern. Every time a major accident happened in this town, the interval was 27 years. The evil clown who appeared at some point would come out regularly to create accidents and devour teenagers, and then would fall into a dormant state, waiting for the next 27 years. And now, it has been exactly 27 years since the last incident. Everyone ran to Bill's garage and marked the locations of all the bizarre cases. Only then did they discover that the crime sites were all next to the sewers. All these sewers lead to a place where they teach how to make a well pavilion. If they guessed correctly, the well pavilion was the clown's lair. Bill's analysis had not yet been finished, and the projector that was playing automatically began to switch pictures. The clown appeared in front of everyone again, and the terrifying image was more terrifying each time. At the critical moment, the friends opened the door of the garage, and the sun shone into the dark garage, dispelling the light of the projector, and the clown disappeared again. Now that he knew the clown's lair, the little boy Bill rode his bicycle directly and took the lead. What came into view was the abandoned wooden villa where the zombies appeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. Let's go and see. The wooden villa looked shabby and gloomy, which was simply the best scene in the horror movie in the public's mind. Bill took the lead and walked into the scary house. The glasses boy Richie Tozzle and the mama's boy Eddie plucked up the courage to accompany the little boy into the scary house to find his brother. Then things were not as simple as they thought. They got separated as soon as they entered the door. The mama's boy Eddie was most afraid of the zombie with saws. He suddenly appeared again and pushed him down from the second floor, smashed him on the table and fell asleep. Here, the glasses boy Richie Tozzle was also unknowingly locked in a room full of clown dolls. Curious, he walked forward a few steps, and at this time, he saw a doll in his own image in a coffin. He opened the coffin and looked carefully, and found that it was very similar to himself. He was frightened and closed the coffin. Suddenly, the clown jumped out in front of him. Just when he was at a loss, the little boy Bill, who arrived in time, pulled him away and closed the door behind him. At this time, the glasses boy Richie Tozzle understood, and the audience also understood that, although he had not seen any terrifying scenes before, what he feared most in his heart was the clown itself. The three partners entered the house here together, and they were all frightened by the scene they feared the most. It turned out that Bill and the others were not wrong. There was indeed a well under the house. This was the clown's lair. Several children escaped from the terrifying house, but Bill still did not give up and wanted to go in again to find his brother. But the friends, except him, were all scared and no one was willing to take the risk again. Bill had a big quarrel with them and parted unhappily. In the following days, the clown actually settled down, and several children also spent a peaceful time. The perspective of the movie switched to the school bully Zhao Huang Mao. He was used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This day, he was severely taught a lesson by his father, which made him lose face in front of his followers. He leaned against the car alone and sulked. When he looked up, he found a red balloon appeared not far from him. Under the balloon was his lost switchblade. This is the Joker constantly hinting at this bad boy to use this switchblade to kill people. Henry Bowers, who was angry, looked at his switchblade, and his emotions were constantly accumulating. The Joker began to hint at him constantly, and later simply appeared on the TV in his home. Henry Bowers, who seemed to be possessed, walked to his sleeping father and cut his father's throat without hesitation. It's here after all. Various social problems, unhealthy growth caused by distorted family education, school bullying, and now patricide is here. Todd MacArthur's face flushed, and he didn't hide his love for this film at all. These dark and twisted things in the eyes of ordinary people, he saw an alternative beauty in the lens. This will be a masterpiece among the top genre films, using the youthful beauty that everyone has to wrap up the dark and twisted social problems, but telling a story about growth, a sophisticated multi-line narrative, and so many elements are put in it. His mumbling attracted the attention of a girl in the front row. The other party glared at him unsatisfiedly and quickly turned her head to the big screen. The camera turned back to the heroine Beverly. Her perverted father heard the rumors spread by her classmates, saying that she was a particularly coquettish and slutty girl. The father's perverted possessiveness broke out, and he pulled her pants like crazy, trying to force his daughter. In a hurry, the heroine Beverly kicked her father's vitals, picked up the ceramic toilet lid beside her, and swung it on her father's head, knocking him out directly. But when she turned her head, she was grabbed by the neck by the clown, who suddenly appeared and abducted her. The little boy Bill happened to come to Beverly's house to find her and found the bloody letter left by the clown on the wall. "Save her, you will die." Bill quickly gathered his friends. Hearing that Beverly was arrested, everyone decided to put aside their past grudges and go to the clown's lair to rescue the heroine. When they came to the horror villa again, they walked in together this time. Last time, everyone was scattered and was defeated by the clown's fear. This time they were ready to unite together, bravely face the fear, and try to defeat the clown. They came to the deep well under the house, tied the rope, and climbed down one by one. The black boy Mike was the last one. Just as he was about to go down the rope, he was ambushed by the bad boy Henry Powell, who was lying in ambush nearby. Mike had had enough of her bullying in the past, and this time he was ready to fight. When he was thrown to the ground, he picked up the stone on the ground, slapped it on Henry Powell's head, and pushed him into the well from above. At this time, the heroine Beverly also woke up. In a huge space deep inside, she found that the ground was full of unknown garbage, and there were many corpses floating in the air. They were the missing children. Beverly looked at the horrible environment around her, took a step, and ran to escape, but the clown suddenly appeared again, and knocked her unconscious. After Bill and his men came down, they saw the shadow of their brother. They followed the shadow of their brother, and found Beverly, who was unconscious, but floating in the air. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The fat boy Ben picked up Beverly's beautiful face and kissed her directly. Surprisingly, he really woke the heroine up with a kiss. At this time, Bill also found his brother nearby, and the two children looked at each other, and tears flowed down. But the little boy recognized the reality. His brother had died long ago, and this was not his brother at all. So he took out the pistol that the black boy had stolen from the slaughterhouse and pulled the trigger at his brother with tears. Sure enough, the little boy twitched and turned back into the original appearance of the clown after being shot. At this time, everyone was not afraid of anything, and several children all overcame their fears. Together they wrestled with the clown, but after all, they were all children, and Bill was still suppressed by the clown. At this time, the clown spoke, saying that it only wanted Bill as a child, and the others could leave, and would not harass them again. Several children looked at each other. Several partners had experienced so much together, from being bullied together to growing up together, to overcome the fear in their hearts. Growing up together, they had no reason to give up anyone, and they rushed towards the clown together. The clown began to transform into various things that everyone was afraid of. At this time, everyone discovered that its ability was that the more you feared it, the stronger it would be. The braver you were, the weaker it would be if it could not absorb your fear. When a group of losers no longer had fear, the clown completely became the object of being beaten. In the end, the clown turned into the appearance of the heroine's perverted father. Beverly did not hesitate and directly inserted an iron rod into its mouth. This time the clown was finally discouraged and fled back to the dark and bottomless underground with convulsions. And in the garbage dump next to it was the yellow raincoat of the little boy Bill's brother. Bill cried sadly while holding the clothes. Obviously, his brother would not come back anyway. After leaving the clown's lair, a group of children sat in the sun. As mentioned before, the clown will appear once every 27 years. In order to prevent it from waking up from sleep again and harming children, several friends made a vow together. As long as the clown appears again, no matter where they are, they will return to the town and fight it again. If he is not dead, if it comes back, then we will come back too. The story ends here. The cast list begins to appear on the big screen, and the lights in the theater light up one by one. The movie is more of a youth film than a horror film. The friendship of several children, the ignorant teenage love, the process of uniting to overcome fear, and the growth of each person in this matter are the most touching parts. Bella Grant stood up with all the fans and applauded the creative team standing in front of the curtain. A premiere that was too simple, but a horror film that gave people too many surprises. This was her biggest feeling today. After Wayne led the team members to take a bow, watching the large group of fans line up to the exit, an unexpected fat man appeared in front of him again. Harvey Weinstein did not leave quietly, but walked towards him with a smile. Congratulations, Wayne. This will be a masterpiece in horror movies. I wish you a big box office success again. After the two shook hands, the fat man turned around and left happily. Looking at the back of the only person who congratulated him today, Wayne's mouth corners slowly curled up. Based on his understanding of this fat guy, he really doesn't seem to be afraid of being scolded. Is that idea to let this fat guy push to the front? I believe that, as long as there is enough interest, this will never be a problem for him. When all the audiences left, Brandon Lee and others also left the theater one after another. There was no party for this simple premiere, and their main creators had to catch an early morning flight tomorrow to start the promotional activities. When only Wayne and his group were left in the theater, Naomi Watts pushed him. "Shall we go back directly, or? Let's go. I was just thinking about something." He threw away the messy thoughts in his mind and took the two women out of the Chinese theater. "Director Greenberg, you missed today's press conference. Can you talk briefly?" "Okay, I'll just answer one question." Waving his hand to stop Sergey, who jumped up to stop the reporter, Wayne smiled and nodded. Now that the film has just opened for advanced screenings, it will be released in theaters tomorrow. He doesn't mind saying a few more words to earn more box office revenue. "Okay, Wayne, can you please predict the first weekend box office revenue for this film? No less than $50 million US. It will be the box office champion." Wayne raised his head slightly, his confidence fully revealed on his face. "Director Greenberg, this is a horror film." "Yes, a horror film. The result will not change. Just wait and see." Chapter 211. Don't eat popcorn when watching horror movies. When the premiere at the China Theater began, 2,000 advanced screenings across the United States also began to be screened. The official release date of the film is Friday, which is tomorrow morning. But there are many fans who want to watch the movie in advance. Hector Henry took his girlfriend Daisy's hand and walked to the gate of his alma mater again. The boy, who had just finished a day's work, didn't have time to change out of his cheap suit, and the girl was also dressed in a white-collar lady's suit, and they hurried over together. However, their outfits were not special. The 7 friends who were together at the beginning were almost dressed in the same way. After graduation, the few people who had less contact all had busy jobs and all lost their youthfulness in their student days. "Hurry up, I'm waiting for you too." Now, fortunately I didn't work overtime today. I bought the advance movie tickets in advance. Let's go. The fat boy who liked to collect monster movie peripheral models is now wearing a large suit. He is lucky to have entered a good company for internship after graduation. Hector Henry followed the crowd and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. After a few words, the strangeness of a year of separation disappeared. They were all children from middle-class families. Their family backgrounds were similar, so they had more common topics. Even the problems and troubles they encountered after work were not much different. The movie tickets were for 8:55 p.m., and several people rushed to the theater around 8:30 p.m. Just like before, all sat in the lounge waiting for the movie to start. Hector, the little fat man, patted his shoulder, and his fat face was full of sincere smiles, which was very rare after work. "Congratulations, I didn't expect that you found an internship at the latest, but you can enter such a big company as Warner Brothers. It's incredible." "Thank you. To be honest, it may be because I watched more movies." Speaking of this, Hector Henry seemed to be in a dream. That day he was in Burbank, the media capital, applying for jobs in one company after another. Just when he felt frustrated, he didn't expect that things would take a turn for the better in the afternoon. Applying for an intern in the distribution department of Warner Brothers was definitely the most courageous thing he had done. At that time, he thought that, since all those small advertising companies had rejected him one by one, why not give it a try? Things were much easier than he thought. The interview questions were basically related to movies, which was the part he was best at, and also the part he was least focused on. In recent years, the film market has been muddied by the two big crocodiles Wayne Greenberg and Steven Spielberg, but he just likes to pay attention to this aspect and can analyze the impact of various marketing plans on the film. This is the whole secret of his successful entry into Warner Brothers. Without any special circumstances, he directly became an intern in the distribution department. After several months of hard work, it has become a sure thing to become a regular employee. "Do you know?" Hector Henry grinned and boasted to his friends. "I participated in the distribution of the film copies of it. His girlfriend Daisy rolled her eyes. He had boasted to him about this several times, almost every day, after get off work. "Hey, Hector, I really hope to get Wayne Greenberg's autograph someday. I heard that few of these things are available. If you have a chance to meet him in the future, remember to ask for a few more copies for everyone." Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, he straightened his chest and blurted out, "No problem, I will definitely ask for a few more copies when the time comes." Hearing her boyfriend start bragging, Daisy shook her head helplessly and turned her attention to the theater. The advanced screening of it was not as deserted as she imagined. It was supposed to start in more than 10 minutes, but there were already about 100 people waiting. This situation was simply against common sense. More than 90% of these fans waiting in groups of 3 or 5 were young people. She also found that many people's outfits were almost exactly the same as hers, and they obviously rushed here after work. Today is a working day, but tomorrow is still a working day. The charm of it is likely to be underestimated by the media, as so many people gave up their precious rest time just to watch the movie 2 days in advance. "Hey, guys, stop chatting." Daisy interrupted the conversation between several friends and pointed at the growing crowd and said, "Let's go line up now." There are already no less than 120 people in the hall. Several people looked at the crowd that seemed to appear suddenly, looked at each other, and stood up tacitly and walked to the ticket gate to prepare to line up early. They knew that Daisy's reminder was right. If they squeezed in the back, they would waste half a day looking for seats when they entered the theater in a mess. They were not the only ones who had this idea. When they lined up to wait for entry, more people took the initiative to line up early. After a while, the line behind Hector Henry began to turn in the hall, which showed that there were too many people. "My god, this advanced screening of it will not be full, right?" The person who spoke was the investigator waiting at the ticket gate. He was sent by Warner Brothers to collect questionnaires. The more people there were, the more work he would have to do. "Haywood, you are destined to be very busy tonight." The theater ticket inspector ran back from the front desk. "I just asked the ticket collector. More than 90% of the tickets for the advanced screening of it have been sold. As long as all the ticket buyers go in, there will be about 150 people." Haywood looked at the dizzying crowd, shook his head, and retreated a few meters away. The ticket inspector had already started to let people in one by one in advance. He was afraid that it would cause unnecessary chaos if he let people in late. Hundreds of people were crowded together. No one could guarantee what bad things would happen. This crowded scene reminded Haywood of the movie Get Out. He was the investigator of that movie, and he was also the investigator in charge of the colored community theater in downtown Los Angeles. That time was just like today, but the skin color was not as white as it is now. A movie for entertainment can make those black gangs put down their work and line up honestly to enter the cinema to watch movies. The weird and fantastic scene left a deep impression on him. Suddenly, he missed the theater surrounded by iron cages. The second time that happened in that theater was when Wayne Greenberg's film, The Joker, swept the world. Once again, those black guys went to the theater and watched it over and over again. I just don't know if it can have the same effect. Thinking of this, he shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. The social incitement caused by those two films was too great, and it made those black guys feel the same. This movie is just a pure horror movie, and it is basically impossible to cause such a big social response. Daisy and the other 7 people entered the theater first and sat down in their seats first. Looking at the crowd coming in behind them, they were very glad that they came in early. Sitting in the row in front of them was a couple, each holding popcorn and cola, chatting quietly while waiting for the movie to start. From time to time, you can hear the sound of crackling of eating popcorn. Seeing the performance of these two people, Daisy and the little fat man looked at each other, opened their mouths and laughed silently, and several friends also laughed silently, eating popcorn and drinking Coke while watching Wayne Greenberg's works. How courageous is this behavior? And it is a masterpiece of returning to horror movies. There will definitely be a good show to watch later. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the lights in the screening room went out, the sound of chatting gradually became smaller, and the beam of light projected by the projector hit the screen, and the movie officially began. After the opening advertisement of Warner Brothers, the story officially began. Except for some occasional sounds of chewing popcorn, the theater was completely quiet. Most of those who are willing to watch the advanced screening are fans of this type of movie, which makes the viewing order in the theater seem particularly good. At the beginning of the story, when the little boy chased the paper boat to the sewer in trance and naively reached in to pick up the boat, many emotional girls, including Daisy, shouted out, "Don't pick it up. Ah, oh my god. God." As soon as the girls finished speaking, they screamed before they could close their mouths. Daisy grabbed her boyfriend's arm and buried her head in Hector Henry's arms, but she still stared at the big screen with her eyes slanted. The opening shot flashed by, and the story officially entered the perspective of the little actors. The background of each child was told by the camera, and the horror element interspersed in the middle began to pile up more and more. When the heroine was tied up by bloody hair and pulled closer to the sewer outlet little by little, and then the blood plasma spurted out wildly, dyeing the whole bathroom and the whole person red, the horror reached its climax. Daisy, like a girl who likes horror movies, would lie in her boyfriend's arms and scream from time to time, but she couldn't help but look, and her eyes never left the front. When this shot, that caused fear in more than 100 people in the entire theater appeared, the 7 friends laughed. The couple in the front row who had been chewing popcorn for a long time screamed and sprayed countless crumbs from their mouths, just like the blood plasma gushing out on the big screen. That was not all. They sprayed out chewed popcorn, and there was clearly visible saliva and cola, all of which sprayed on the backs of the couple's heads in front of them. This was very embarrassing. Hundreds of people were terrified, including some veteran horror movie fans. But Hector Henry and his friends were very happy. The couple in front had no mood to explain to the fans who were glaring at them. They were choked and lay on the chair and coughed non-stop. So Daisy, don't eat popcorn when watching horror movies, especially Wayne Greenberg's horror movies, Hector Henry said jokingly, hugging his girlfriend and focusing back on the movie. Chapter 212. See you next year in Badman. Is it scary? If you ask this question, Hector Henry and others who are watching the movie will definitely give a positive answer. But this movie is more than just scary. The various descriptions of adolescence in it are obviously more touching. After the movie ended, as the applause gradually ended, the fans lined up to leave. Hector Henry and his friends were not in a hurry to leave. They waited for everyone to leave before leaving. Daisy hugged her boyfriend's arm and said with great emotion, "Obviously, it is not a horror movie in the traditional sense. Its plot is much richer than that of ordinary horror movies. Therefore, it will take you into an unusual town through the plot and then follow the perspective of each child to explore the deepest darkness and fear in the town." Yes. The fat man unbuttoned his suit jacket and sat in his seat without moving, still savoring the carefully arranged plots in the movie. However, after hearing Daisy's summary of the film, he still agreed. Aren't all Wayne's films like this? They start with a good story from the beginning to make you sink into the plot he designed. This is what Joker does. I didn't expect that a horror film like it could actually tell a good story. The crowd was almost gone, and the fat man stood up after he finished speaking, calling on his friends to go back and rest early. They had to face the same situation and get up early tomorrow to continue their struggle. These young people watched Joker together before graduating from college. They didn't understand the so-called great principles in the film, but they encouraged each other on the day of graduation. They felt that they were much luckier than Arthur and had too much, so they encouraged each other to be optimistic and strong, no matter what difficulties they encountered in work and life. A year has passed, and the 7 of them have done very well, and each of them has begun to work hard for their lives. Hi, guys. Warner Brothers investigator Haywood was sweating, holding a large stack of printing paper, and greeted a few people who had just left the theater. Then he took out a few more questionnaires, looked at Hector Henry and asked, "Is it okay?" "No problem, leave it to me." Hector Henry shrugged and happily filled out the questionnaires and a few pens, distributing them to his friends behind him. After filling out the questionnaires, everyone did not think too much, nor did they fill in their feelings after watching the movie, but just tacitly checked in the scoring area. They are not those film critics who think a lot. The purpose of watching a horror movie is to find out whether this new movie of Wayne is exciting enough. Obviously, as a horror movie, they think that an A score is more than enough. For a movie like this, that is full of sincerity and turns horror movies into a good story, several people think that this viewing experience is very good. This is the mentality of most ordinary movie fans. Hector Henry collected several questionnaires and handed them to Hayward together, but the pen with the clown head was not returned. This is a very normal phenomenon. After filling out the questionnaire, the most given to fans is the signature pen. After walking out of the theater, several friends came to the school parking lot. Before getting in the car, Daisy clapped her hands twice, attracting the attention of her friends. She said, "Everyone is busy with work, and we have less and less contact with each other. I have a suggestion. How about we meet together for Batman next year?" "No problem. This idea is great." "Okay, you will organize it then." "Let's do it. Wayne Greenberg's movie will be the best witness of our friendship." The fat boy winked at everyone, opened the car door, got in and started the car, and waved his arm before leaving. "Goodbye, guys. See you next year for Batman." A group of good friends from their youth said hello and drove in different directions, just like they did at the end of their graduation ceremony a year ago. On the way home, Daisy yawned. After a day's work, she dragged her tired body to watch a movie. She couldn't open her eyes before she got home. Hector Henry glanced at her while driving and deliberately started a conversation. "Daisy, we haven't logged into that data network for a long time, right? Let's go back and give it a score and write a review before going to sleep. Many people will see our opinions." IMDb. "Yep, no problem." Daisy nodded. It seems that more and more young people have started to pay attention to this website. Unfortunately, the score of Joker can never surpass The Godfather and climb to the first place. She remembered the plan she organized many people to score Joker a year ago. Unfortunately, even after working hard for many days and getting many classmates to help, it only ranked second. It doesn't matter. Wayne Greenberg is still very young. He will make a greater movie in the future. Maybe Batman will surpass the previous one, right? When Hector Henry went to see his girlfriend again, he found that she had fallen asleep with her head tilted. He smiled and shook his head and slowed down the car a little. Countless advanced screenings of it in Los Angeles began to end one after another. Not far from the media capital of Burbank, a large number of fans who had just finished the movie poured out of the door of an American artist chain cinema. "Thank you, I'll give you the pen as a souvenir." Schroeder took the signature pen handed over by the investigator with a warm and bright smile on his face, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He took the signature pen with the clown's head printed on it and turned to walk towards his apartment. Although he had already exchanged shifts with his colleagues in advance, he was still wearing a security uniform. As an African American, this outfit represents that he has a formal job and that he is a law-abiding person. No matter what others think, he thinks so in his heart. Although he gave the questionnaire an A score, Schroeder did not like the movie. He yearned for the beautiful friendship of the teenagers in the movie, but these were too far away from his life. He never had that kind of childhood. This is not like his favorite Joker. There is no sense of empathy. This may be the sadness of a child who grew up in the slums. Maybe, my future children will have a better childhood. Just like he completely changed himself. No matter who he faces, the first thing he sees is always a warm smile. He believes that his future children will have a good childhood. In Beverly Hills, farther away from Burbank, at the Greenberg Manor at the end of Mulholland Drive, Wayne sat on his favorite recliner, holding a quilt of black tea in one hand and gently stroking the two big heads on his legs with the other hand. The two golden retrievers became more and more lazy and more attached to him. In the past month, the two dogs climbed onto his bed more than once in the middle of the night. Perhaps this is the deepest memory of the two dogs, when they were young. At this time, Wayne was looking in the direction of his own farm. Like all North American boys, after leaving his parents at the age of 21, he seemed to rarely go back. Although there was a busy work reason, he still had the idea of going home often in his bones. After the work of it was finished, he planned to arrange the work of the Batman crew and return to the farm to stay with his parents for a few days. This might encounter his parents' misunderstanding, but he felt that he was now qualified to be willful. Wayne called out, Naomi, what time is it? 11:50. I guess we have to wait a little longer. Nina is watching the fax machine. She will bring it up when it arrives. Naomi Watts leaned on the bed, with several fashion magazines on her belly. These were Miss Nina's stock, which she borrowed temporarily. Although the assistant lady looked very ordinary in appearance and figure, she was a die-hard consumer of various fashion magazines. The only regret was that she only read them, but did not buy those luxury goods. Sergi sometimes teased her for being too stingy. Wayne paid them both a high salary, and Nina's brother was in his last year of college, so she no longer needed her to help pay tuition. But this girl was like a miser. She saved all the money she earned. She usually ate and lived in the manor, and occasionally went shopping with the boss's girl to buy free clothes. She looked even less like a young person than Wayne. In Naomi Watts' words, what kind of boss you have, what kind of personal assistant you have, and the two of them were born to be a pair. Boss, Warner Brothers sent the data. The assistant lady came in through the door in her pajamas, holding 2 faxes. After handing the 2 statistical data to her boss, she yawned and walked out. Finally, Naomi Watts put on her slippers, walked to the balcony, and squeezed into the lounge chair. She was also very interested in the data of this horror movie. How about I read it to you? Aha. Wayne nodded casually. Well, according to statistics, Warner Brothers collected a total of 6,770 questionnaires, and 5,754 of them gave it an A or higher score, accounting for about 84% of the total number of questionnaires. Wayne, for a horror movie, the audience's reputation has exploded. Reading this, Naomi Watts shook his arm in surprise, and then continued, because the data from the professional survey company has not yet come out, we need to wait until tomorrow morning. But there is one data that you should be interested in. More than 90% of the fans who participated in the advanced screenings are young people aged 19 to 30. They will be the main group contributing to the box office of this film. Warner Brothers believes. Talk about the box office figures, Naomi. I think you are deliberately teasing me. Wayne interrupted her helplessly. This woman just didn't say what he cared about most. Well, according to Warner Brothers rough statistics, the box office of the advanced screenings is about $5.9 million. Hearing this number, Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. This result was in line with his expectations. Chapter 213 A Song of Praise. I've sent it to Wayne, boss. John Gray pushed open the door and walked into the CEO's office. He pulled out a chair and sat across from the big desk and said to Jeff Robinoff, who was also holding statistics, about $5.9 million. Jeff Robinoff excitedly waved his fist. This result has exceeded my expectations. Our own survey feedback shows that the favorable rate is over 84%, which is enough for a horror movie. This year, all the films produced and released by Warner Brothers failed in the summer season. Jeff Robinoff, who just took office, is under great pressure and urgently needs convincing revenue results. Now this movie is at least guaranteed to be a box office hit. In this way, Wayne Greenberg's movie is the safest. Remember to call Wayne to congratulate him tomorrow morning. It's late. Go back and rest. Jeff Robinoff got up and put on his coat, ready to go downstairs with John. No problem, I'll call him as soon as I get to work. John nodded, and the two left the office together. The main reason why the two people have waited until now is to wait for the first-hand data, especially Jeff Robinoff. The company's performance declined in the first year of his tenure. Now he only cares about the box office performance of it. The company has never been a monolithic entity, and there have been many criticisms about him. However, as long as the box office of this movie is good enough, his life will be much better after this year. The best way to break the criticism is always the revenue figures. The two big movies that will definitely be released next year are Ace Ventura 2 and Batman, and he has very high expectations for these two movies. There have been rumors about him in the company that he can smoothly take over the position of CEO just because he initiated and promoted the two projects Joker and the assassination of Goose Pond. If someone else keeps close cooperation with Wayne Greenberg, it is really uncertain who will be the CEO. However, some aspects of this statement are not wrong. After Kevin Tsujihara confirmed that he would leave, only Jeff Robinoff's performance was the most outstanding, and the projects he promoted one after another were all great successes. Of course, the board of directors will not set up obstacles for his promotion. Looking at the bright lights of Los Angeles outside the car, he recalled the scene when he pushed for Get Out. Then, in the second year, he launched 2 projects, Joker and Goose Pond Assassination Order. After that, someone concluded, if you want to be the CEO of Warner Brothers, just hold on to Wayne Greenberg, which is certainly not wrong. In the past 2 years, as the revenue of Wayne's movies has accounted for an increasing proportion of the total performance of Warner Brothers, there are more and more voices in the board of directors urging him to negotiate with him to buy shares in the company. In this way, producers and directors who can initiate projects on their own must be tied to the chariot of Warner Brothers as soon as possible. For a media group like Warner Brothers, a successful film can generate revenue figures far beyond the box office profit after their operation of complete upstream and downstream channels around the world. But the first thing to look at for a film is the box office. Only when the box office figures are high enough can it obtain more profits in various subsequent offline operations. For example, Wayne's Joker, despite the terrifying global box office, in fact, this part of the profit share does not account for 20% of the total revenue of the film. This is the fundamental reason why Warner Brothers attaches importance to him. And this is only a short-term gain. For a production company that holds the copyright of a film, it is normal for a film to still create value after 20 or 30 years. Perhaps we can prepare a celebration party for him in advance, Jeff Robinov muttered. On Friday morning, Jimmy walked into CAA with a smile on his face. Along the way, more agents greeted him enthusiastically. Even some colleagues who he couldn't name nodded to him, as if they were acquaintances. After returning to the office, thinking about his suddenly enthusiastic colleagues, he chuckled and shook his head. This is not the first time. Whenever Wayne's film is released, he will always receive more seemingly enthusiastic but jealous eyes. Ding, ding. Come in. Hi, Jimmy. Stan, who is also an agent, pushed the door and walked in. He is quite familiar with Jimmy. The two walked out of the mailroom together. Stan sat directly opposite Jimmy, handed him a cup of coffee, and said with envy, "You will be busy again soon. I heard that Wayne's new film had good box office sales in advance. This must be the beginning of another box office explosion. This can be regarded as a happy trouble." CAA is the largest agency in the industry. Jimmy himself did not know a lot of news, but others have already received the news. Thank you, but who can say for sure about the box office? Taking the other party's coffee, Jimmy smiled and shrugged. In fact, he really didn't know the box office last night. Anyway, he must rush to the manor to meet Wayne, who must have the first-hand statistics of Warner Brothers. Hey, forget it, man. You are so lucky to have such a direct client. There was no jealousy in Stan's eyes. This was the main reason for their good relationship. Throwing the newspaper he brought on the desk, Stan stood up with a smile and said, "I have something else. Just came to congratulate you. There will be another large bonus. If Wayne's new film needs a child actor, remember to contact me." After speaking, he turned around and waved and left the office. Jimmy's biggest dream in the past was to have his own office on the second floor of CAA, which represented his status among agents. But now it is different. As his clients continue to succeed, his status in the circle is getting higher and higher, and there are gradually voices in the company asking him to become a partner. According to what Jimmy knows, as long as Wayne's new film can continue to be successful, his hope of becoming a partner will also increase greatly. This is the best time to transform from an employee to a boss. However, as far as the box office is concerned, he is very confident in his clients, which is the confidence accumulated by his uninterrupted success. He picked up the Los Angeles Times brought by Stan and looked at the latest report in the entertainment section. It is undoubtedly a very outstanding horror film, but it is different from traditional horror films. Whether it is the richness of the plot or the arrangement of the horror element, the issues about growth shown in the film can be said to be a milestone in horror films. Wayne Greenberg has successfully defined. Jimmy retracted his gaze from the media's flattery and looked at the film critics column. Fear that invades the bone marrow. Before watching the movie, you will not imagine how scary the movie is. In fact, in addition to the weird and evil clowns, the things that every child fears are often embodied in the movie. Whether it is the crooked-faced woman that Stanley faces, the headless man that Ben fears, the rotten-faced zombie that Eddie sees, the large amount of plasma that drowns Beverly, or Bill's brother George, you will see everyone's fear, and finally find that these are the most painful and darkest secrets hidden in everyone's heart, and those fears will eventually become your fear. Freud believed that human nature itself is mixed with desires, and controlled by them, and childhood is the most critical period for shaping nature. In this movie, the children's childhood is spent in a nightmare of fear and matures ignorantly. This is a movie for children, but it also belongs to the teenage memories of every fan. In addition to the large-scale horror and bizarre scenes, the film also has many beautiful interspersed periods. This is probably what Wayne Greenberg wanted to do. It must be admitted that it will definitely be a milestone in horror movies. Kenneth Turan seeing this, Jimmy grinned and threw down the newspaper, picked up the car keys, and walked out of the office. Before driving to the client's house, he bought more newspapers from the newsstand in front of the company. A horror film with such a strong positive atmosphere. Traditional horror films want to make you more afraid, but it tells you how to face fear. Under Wayne Greenberg's exquisite design, the fear in the hearts of children is revealed step by step, and then helps the children to overcome fear step by step. The core of the story. The Hollywood Reporter. Although the film was only released on the first day today, major media and film critics couldn't wait to sing praises. From news reports to related entertainment reviews, they were basically one-sided. Whether it was because of Warner Brothers' publicity, or for some other reason, Jimmy felt that his client's excessive work would at least not have a bad box office performance. He whistled happily, and drove all the way to Beverly Hills, until he parked the car in the manor, and did not forget to take the various newspapers and magazines he had just bought into the living room. Shh. Before he could say hello, the assistant pointed at Wayne who was on the phone. Jimmy slowed down his steps, put the things he brought on the coffee table, and sat opposite his client. Of course, no problem. Today's box office statistics are in. You can fax me directly, okay? Wayne put down the phone in his hand, raised his hand, and pinched his temple. Since early in the morning, there have been several calls congratulating him in advance. This is his first film to open advanced screenings, but there are obviously many people staring at him. Jimmy. Skillfully lighting a cigarette, Wayne took a long puff and said, "When you return to Burbank, help me go to Warner Brothers and make an appointment with Thomas from the distribution department. Let's do it this Monday." "Okay, no problem." The agent nodded, then pointed to a pile of newspapers and magazines and said happily, "Do you want to take a look?" Almost all major media are praising the film. "Forget it, Jimmy. The weekend box office is what I care most about." Wayne shook his head. This time he suddenly didn't have to participate in the promotional activities, and he found that waiting for news at home was not a good feeling. Chapter 214 Jimmy's sense of crisis. Hearing the words weekend box office, Agent Jimmy's eyes sparkled. Wayne was very familiar with this kind of ambition. Most people in the Hollywood circle had it. In Jimmy's mind, he was by no means an irreplaceable agent. The current relationship between Wayne and him was more like a friend than a working relationship. This was his biggest advantage. But this was also what Jimmy was most worried about. His clients were developing too fast, so fast that he couldn't keep up with them at all. If nothing unexpected happened, Wayne would soon become a shareholder at Warner Brothers, and his status in the circle would be further improved. The huge change in identity, even if his clients were unwilling to admit it, he had gradually changed from a simple director who made movies to a powerful producer. This is how the circle is. Although directors have always been the leaders of the film industry, producers, or bosses, are the center of the production industry. Even if Wayne picked up the camera and continued to make movies, no one would regard him as a simple movie director. It is foreseeable that as long as there are no major accidents, Wayne's status will become higher and higher in the future, which many people can see. What about Jimmy himself? He knew his abilities very well. He was not good at helping clients plan their careers and finding more job opportunities, and Wayne could not use them at all. Before, he could still highlight his importance with his negotiation skills, but it was not certain in the future. Why did a big boss in the circle need an agent to share profits? Friendship was the most unreliable thing, and no one could guarantee that it would never change. So if Jimmy wanted to get more, such as a partner of CAA, or a large commission from Wayne's salary, he had to show his abilities in other ways. Wayne. Jimmy squinted and looked at him through the green smoke from his client. I wonder if you noticed something. What? He put out the burnt cigarette in his hand and took a big sip of coffee. Nina, who was standing next to him, saw that his cup was empty, took the cup and made another cup from the coffee machine, put it back in front of her boss, and looked at the agent together. More than 80% of the main consumer groups of Hollywood movies are young people, but most of these young people are from the middle and low income groups, which leads to a fact that these middle and low income people are actually the main force of movie consumption. These words aroused Wayne's interest. He changed to a comfortable position and leaned on the sofa with his hands folded on his chest. Go on. So, Jimmy stretched out his hand and stroked the newspaper he brought. Even if they go to the cinema, which is a relatively cheap form of entertainment, the budget of these main force of movie consumption is relatively limited. Nodding gently, Wayne agreed with the agent's point of view. Having lived here for more than 20 years, he knew the young people here very well. Their lives were almost all based on credit cards, or they were extremely dependent on advanced consumption. And this situation of universal dependence on advanced consumption has resulted in limited entertainment expenses for both the middle class and the lower class. He already understood what the agent meant. It was nothing more than that among the people who chose to watch movies at the same time. After watching his movie, it was very likely that they would not watch other movies. This is actually the source of competition in Hollywood. The income of the fan group is like that. If they choose other films of the same period, it is basically equivalent to their own losses. Jimmy, what do you want to say? The assistant asked curiously, putting the magazine aside. The agent said, I'm not worried about the box office this weekend. I believe that The Expert, which has been released for 3 weeks, is not a threat. Our film will definitely be the champion. But there will be another big production release next week, Sony Columbia's The Shawshank Redemption. I suggest that, if it has a good box office on the first day, we should contact Warner Brothers immediately and let Jeff Robinoff personally call the 3 major theaters. The sooner the pressure is applied, the better. Before The Shawshank Redemption is released, we should expand our screening scale and squeeze the opening scale of Shawshank. Of course, I definitely don't have that much face. You need to discuss this with Jeff in person, and he will definitely agree. I remember that Warner Brothers still has something in its hands. Then start taking action before The Shawshank Redemption is released and completely bite Morgan Freeman to death. Then report this matter through its media, guide public opinion, and try to discredit the film. This will also help to negotiate with the Theater Alliance to expand the screening. There are only these 2 new films that will be released on a large scale in September. We don't care about other small productions. As long as The Shawshank Redemption is restricted, most movie fans will choose our film. Jimmy, the agent, narrowed his eyes and said all his thoughts. You know, Wayne wants to take a share of the box office, which is equivalent to helping him gain benefits. Moreover, Hollywood has many such competitive means, and this kind of thing is by no means new. This is the purpose of Jimmy's coming here today. As a small agent, he certainly doesn't have the face to give advice to Warner Brothers, but his clients do. I'll go to the Warner building tomorrow. Wayne scratched his chin lightly with one hand, thinking about whether there is anything else to add to this plan. That's it. I'll discuss it with Jeff tomorrow. You and I will go together. He considered more than what the agent said. It is indeed necessary to squeeze out competitors, but the publicity work cannot be left behind. The publicity and promotion funds of it are about $10 million, which is about half of the production cost. After the intensive bombardment of the media a week before the release, this part of the funds should not be much left. After all, this is a horror film, and what is required is to make money quickly and quickly. Because the type of film is destined, the theater chain will not give too long a screening cycle, so it will carry out intensive publicity in the first 2 weeks to send potential audiences to the theater as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll go back and prepare. Jimmy nodded with a smile and hurriedly got in the car and left the manor. In Greenberg Manor, Wayne was handling the preparations for Batman on the phone while patiently waiting for the first day's box office to be released. In a theater not far away, the theater manager Matt Baker found that since noon, more and more fans were waiting in the theater hall. As the queue continued to increase, Matt Baker also hurried into the ticket counter and opened another window to help the ticket issuer share the pressure. The queue immediately split into half and came to the newly opened window. 4 tickets for the latest show of it. A young white guy took the money and prepared to hand it to Matt Baker. He skillfully issued the ticket and returned the movie ticket together with the change. 2 tickets for it, thank you. 3 tickets for the expert. 1 ticket for it. 3 tickets for Forrest Gump. Matt Baker kept issuing tickets with his head down until there were no more people lining up in front of him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the much emptier hall. According to the rough statistics from his work over the past 20 minutes, about 70% of the people bought tickets for it, and the remaining 20% for the expert. This movie has been released for the 3rd week, but Sylvester Stallone's appeal is still very strong. This is not a simple explosion, but the first choice of most movie fans is this horror movie. The theater manager shook his head and could only say that Warner Brothers chose the schedule too well. After 4 months of fierce competition in the summer, there are almost no competitors of sufficient weight left in September, perhaps only one next week, The Shawshank Redemption. Coupled with the brilliance created by Wayne Greenberg's Joker, his film attracted countless young people to watch it as soon as it was released. Even though it was a weekday today, there were already long queues in the afternoon. He could imagine that the theater would be even busier at night. After those young people finished their work for the day, they would definitely be eager to watch it as soon as possible. 2 tickets for Forrest Gump, thank you. Just as he was stunned, a young couple came to the ticket office. Matt Baker quickly took the money handed over by the boy and repeated, 2 tickets for Forrest Gump, right? I'll issue you the tickets if you're sure. Wait a minute. At this time, the girl obviously had a different opinion. She looked at her boyfriend and complained, honey, I've seen Forrest Gump twice. Let's change to another movie. Jenna, Tom Hanks' Forrest Gump is the best. The boy looked at his girlfriend's face and raised his hands. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then he turned to Matt Baker and said, hey, man, what new movies do you recommend? How about it? Wayne Greenberg's new movie. Today is the first day of release. The theater manager raised his wrist to check the time and said, but you have to wait a little longer for the next show, about half an hour. How about we watch Tom Hanks? This movie will take a long time to wait. The boy turned around and started to discuss with his girlfriend. Honey, Wayne Greenberg's new movie. The director of Joker, let's watch this. The boy also reacted when he heard Joker, shrugged and looked at Matt Baker. Okay, 2 tickets for it. After getting the movie tickets and the change, the two turned and walked towards the lounge area. The theater manager also heard the boys' complaints. I hope this movie can be as good as Joker and won't waste our time. Not long after, just when Matt Baker was about to close the window and go back to his office, the number of people in the hall gradually increased again, and the crowd began to line up to buy tickets again. After more than half an hour, when all the more than 100 people entered the theater manager ran back to the office and called the head office without waiting for a new crowd to gather. This is Matt Baker. Yes, I want to increase the screening rate of it. It's not even the evening peak yet, but there are already queues here. Yes, the attendance rate has exceeded 70%. It's not too late to change it now. Chapter 215. They started first. Then we should start too. The same situation happened to the 3 major cinema chains. Whether it was AMC, Monarch Cinemas or the National Artists Cinema chain, they all quietly increased the screening ratio of it before the night fell. As the hot sun faded, the heat in the air of Los Angeles was gradually taken away by the night breeze. In the Warner Building in Burbank, the media capital, several executives were anxiously waiting for the box office statistics. They had received news long ago that many theaters with better locations had temporarily increased the screening ratio of it, which made them more expectant of the first day box office. John stared at the phone on the table and walked back and forth in front of the large desk. The more time passed, the more he felt that time was unbearable. John, sit down and relax. Bruce Rosenblum frowned. Walking back and forth made his heart anxious. This movie was much more important to him. You have to believe in the ability of your old partner. The box office figures will definitely be higher than our expectations. Not only the two of them, but also Jeff Robinov and Thomas Mintz frowned. This film is very important to everyone. It is related to the revenue figures of Warner Brothers this year. They all hope to regain some face with this film. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Before the phone rang for the third time, Jeff Robinov quickly picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "This is Jeff." "Yes." It didn't take long, about a few dozen seconds, and he put down the phone with a smile on his face, looking at several silent executives. The first day box office is $20.42 million US. Ha, this is nearly $10 million US more than we expected. Hearing this number, several executives showed the same smile. The secretary, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, also opened the door with a bottle of champagne and walked in at the right time. After helping several people pour it, he retreated. Distribution director Thomas Mintz raised his glass. "Come on, let's celebrate in advance." "Wait, I haven't finished what I said." Jeff Robinov also took a sip of champagne. "Don't forget, this number is not all. We have to add the $5.9 million from the advanced screening, so the first day box office, $26.32 million? Bruce Rosenblum shouted in surprise. The CEO grinned and nodded, raised his glass again and said, "Yes, come on, let's toast to this damn surprise." The four of them clinked their glasses and drank it down in one gulp. They all knew what this number meant. This is no longer a question of whether the performance is good or not. This is definitely a box office explosion. And today is a working day. Generally speaking, the box office on the second day of release will definitely exceed the number on Friday. Wait. John picked up the phone on the table. "I haven't told Wayne this news yet. I think he must be waiting anxiously, haha." In the bedroom of the main building of Greenberg Manor, Wayne smiled and put down the phone in his hand, leaned back on the recliner and lit a cigarette happily. The two golden retrievers opened their eyes and looked at him together, and then hummed and lay down at his feet. "Honey, how is the first day performance?" Naomi Watts heard the noise and walked to the balcony in her pajamas. "I thought you were asleep." Wayne put the cigarette he had just lit into the ashtray and hugged the Australian beauty. $26.32 million. The first day box office is $26.32 million US. This number also surprised Naomi Watts. "You know, this is a horror movie. Even if it can get some light from Joker, it is still a pure horror movie. Oh my god, you are going to succeed again." She stopped immediately and reached out to touch the big boy's face. "I was wrong, dear. You are always on the road to success, and failure will never come to you. This man has always been on the road to success and will go further and further." This is what Naomi Watts really thinks at this moment. No matter what kind of movie it is, as long as it falls into his hands, it is basically equal to success. She believes that not only she will think so, but when various media reports come out tomorrow, everyone in the Hollywood circle will think so. Wayne Greenberg equals success. This number is simply too exaggerated. The box office on the first weekend will definitely exceed $50 million US. It will only be a matter of how much it exceeds this number. "Go to sleep, Naomi." After Wayne's excitement passed, he quickly regained his composure, picked up the blonde beauty, and walked back to the house. "Go to bed early. It's already early morning, and I have to go to Burbank tomorrow." After knowing the first day's results, Wayne finally closed his eyes with peace of mind. This number proves that his transformation of the film was successful, and once again proves the acceptance of this style by fans. He knows that this box office number is definitely far lower than the results created by the original film, but the times are different, and the actual situation is also very different. After all, this is not like Joker, that can incite society. In the early 1990s in North America, it was not as smooth as it would be more than a decade later. Various social trends, various social contradictions, and the fact that the polar bears had disintegrated less than 2 years ago, so society was not as stable as imagined. That's why Wayne said that the box office success of Joker was the result of the accumulation of various special circumstances. If you don't stir up social hotspots, it is basically difficult to replicate. What he is thinking about now is to find a way to stir up some things and increase the box office numbers as much as possible. The next morning, Wayne kissed Naomi Watts, who was still sleeping, had breakfast, and rushed to Burbank. He met up with agent Jimmy and walked into the office of the CEO of Warner Brothers. Jimmy told him the plan of yesterday again. Jeff Robinoff picked up the phone without any hesitation and started to call the 3 major theater companies in turn. He is now the head of the giant Warner Brothers, and with the box office performance of it, the result is much easier than expected. The scale of screening this weekend cannot be changed. Half an hour later, Jeff Robinoff put down the phone in his hand, but there was still a smile on his face. But they will adjust the scheduling rate of it, and the number of theaters showing it will be adjusted again starting from Monday. The 3 of them all understood that, if the box office figures this weekend were high enough, the theaters would inevitably expand the scale of screening starting from Monday, which would invisibly squeeze the scale of the opening of The Shawshank Redemption. Having taken the lead, the next step must be to pursue relentlessly, so Jimmy said directly, it's best to start taking action in the media tomorrow. The earlier the negative news about The Shawshank Redemption appears, the more beneficial it will be for the expansion of the screening scale. No problem, you can go directly to Thomas later, and the public relations department can take action at any time. It was just a smear campaign against competitors, and Jeff Robinoff didn't take it seriously at all. He has been in this circle for so many years, and this is not the first time he has done such a thing. The reason why Morgan Freeman can still stay at home is because Warner Brothers deliberately controls the rhythm and wants to wait until the film is released before letting those girls fight wildly. When the leading actors of the film are involved in more than a dozen lawsuits, not only the promotion of the film will become a problem, but also all aspects of the film will be affected. Just when Wayne and Jeff Robinoff finished discussing the details and were about to talk about their dead man plan, the door of the office was knocked and Thomas Menz walked in with an unhappy face. Wayne, the neighbors can't help but take action. It seems that the first day box office figures have stimulated them, the distribution director said while turning on the TV in the room. After turning the TV to CBS, he pointed at the screen and said, "Look, isn't this the woman who went to Canada?" Wayne recognized the black woman being interviewed on TV at a glance. Yes, she was the Child Protection Organization investigator who went to Canada to investigate the crew for a week and shut down the crew for a week. At this time, she was interviewed with an indignant look on her face, and her voice came out clearly from the TV. Yes, most of the crew members were poisoned, and I suspect that the children were also harmed. But the crew did not cooperate with our investigation and restricted those children from contacting us. In the end, we had to hastily end this investigation. The interview was obviously at the end. Although there was no affirmative answer to the black woman's words, people who heard it would immediately think that the reason why the crew organized them to investigate must be a secret. Very good. Jeff Robinoff's face also darkened, and his originally very good mood disappeared without a trace in an instant. This Bixxu talks nonsense. It seems that the neighbor really can't help it. He didn't even wait until his own film was released before using this method. Will it have a big impact? I can guarantee that this woman has no evidence. Wayne looked at Thomas Menz seriously. After all, the other party is an expert in playing with public opinion. The Public Relations Department is a subordinate department of the Distribution Department. No, don't worry, it's just guiding public opinion. Thomas Menz shook his head. Although his face was ugly, his tone was not very nervous. Only this level of sneering will not have a big impact on the film. It's just guiding public opinion through association. Don't forget, this film is not a children's film. The distribution director has seen a lot of such things. It is normal for competitors to smear each other when almost every film is released. Without competition, it is not Hollywood. Wayne, it must be the first day box office that stimulated them. If this trend continues, The Shawshank Redemption will inevitably be greatly affected. Since they can't help it, let's start tomorrow. The head of Warner Brothers said in a muffled voice. As long as the impact on him is not too great, Wayne has nothing to worry about. Warner Brothers is much more professional than him in dealing with these things that attack competitors, and his focus will not be on this film for too long, and he will have to return to the new project he is preparing. Chapter 216, Marketing the Dead. I have a marketing plan. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, hiding his reminiscence. However, he still nodded to Thomas Menz, indicating that he did not intentionally want to interfere with his job. I don't know much about the various competitions and the scale of movie screenings. Even Jimmy has considered more than me, so I won't worry about how to compete with each other. Thomas Menz understood that he was worried about him thinking too much. After all, the two sides were in the honeymoon period. He picked up the coffee on the table, smiled, and said, "It's okay, Wayne. If you have any ideas, you can just say it directly. Even if the plan is not mature, the public relations department can try it." "Okay, then I'll say it directly." He took a cigarette from the cigarette box, lit it, and began to recall while speaking. "In my understanding, if a movie of qualified quality wants to get more box office, it must be inseparable from large-scale publicity and marketing. It's like a special commodity. Publicity and marketing is to advertise the commodity so that more potential consumers can understand the commodity and become familiar with the functions and effects of the commodity." His words immediately aroused Thomas Menz's interest. That's right, a movie can be said to be a commodity. Unfortunately, there are only a few directors who can see through this. More than 90% of directors are clinging to those damn arts. But none of them have thought about how anyone could invest in a movie if it can't generate any profit. In other words, if a movie director's movie can't bring profit to the production company, how could anyone ask him to make a movie? From this point alone, the distribution director understood some of Wayne's secrets to success. This director is so clear-headed that countless people are praising the artistry of his movies, but he himself always thinks about making profits. So no matter how artistic the content of the movie shot by this young director is, how personal the production method is, the dark story core, and the analysis of countless social problems and distorted human nature, in his eyes, movies are always a commodity. Only by finding a way to get more people to accept and buy this commodity can we talk about art, ideas or other things. Wayne pulled the ashtray in front of him, tapped the burning cigarette with his fingers, and continued, "When it comes to marketing and promotion, I don't know much, but I have made a conclusion after the big sales of Joker and Jurassic Park. That is, if you want to get more box office, or let more people buy this product, you must be able to cause a hotspot in society. Whether it is a good hotspot or a bad hotspot, there will always be more people going to the theater for reasons such as following the trend and curiosity." His words directly made several people in the office nod their heads. Movie marketing and promotion, to put it bluntly, is an act of trying to create topics, create hotspots, and attract public attention. People who go to see Jurassic Park are not watching the male and female protagonists, nor are they watching the storyline. The reason why they go to the cinema with their families is just to see the lifelike dinosaur. So at that time, there was a wave of archaeology in North America. The whole society, whether it was children in elementary schools or adults in society, kept discussing the topic of dinosaurs. This was a real social hotspot. Not to mention Joker, it was a publicity arranged by Thomas Menz. The film's special incitement, in addition to the small group of wealthy people, has attracted all levels of society full of contradictions to watch it crazily, and has caused a great discussion after watching it. But, Wayne, looking at his client puffing out smoke, Jimmy asked curiously, "You mean, let it also cause social hotspots? But this is just a pure horror film. Even if you want to use the educational issues in the film to make a fuss, it is not very realistic, right?" "No." Smiling and shaking his head, Wayne suddenly put away his smile and said seriously, "A horror film, the biggest selling point of this product is horror. Scary, isn't that right? I'm thinking, is there a possibility that, if someone is scared to death after watching a horror film, will this attract more people's attention? If a trend is created that this film will be banned immediately because of scaring people to death, will more people become curious and rush to find out while the film is still in the theater?" At this point, Thomas Menz understood how to operate. He couldn't help but slowly perfect this plan in his mind. This can be said to be a very feasible marketing plan. "Wayne, you don't have to worry about the rest. Leave it to the public relations department and the company's media." The distribution director pursed his lips and said, "The people who are going to die, the subsequent media opinion guidance, and the creation of tension are not a problem for us. As long as the plan can be implemented smoothly, it is definitely a marketing effect of tens of millions of dollars with a cost of millions of dollars. These things are not difficult to operate. To put it bluntly, this is still the same as online viral marketing, but it is a simplified version. The online distribution channels have been replaced by various media channels. In essence, it is just like the Blair Witch Project, which tricks more general fans into the cinema. But there are some differences. The reason why the Blair Witch Project was flooded with saliva is that it was exposed as soon as it entered the cinema. Everyone who has seen it will have a sense of anger that they have been deceived by the film director. It is different because it is essentially a high quality horror film. As long as there are no stupid accidents when the plan is implemented, no one will doubt its authenticity. Okay, then the follow-up issues will be left to you. Wayne nodded with relief. For a big capital like Warner Brothers, the bottom line is simply impossible. In order to cause a greater response, they may even go too far, but that is not something I should worry about. Seeing that the two of them had finished discussing, Jeff Robinov asked with concern, "How is the preparation for Batman going? If you have any questions, you can communicate with me at any time. This project is the most expensive film Warner Brothers has made in recent years, and there must be no problems. The preparations are going smoothly. Tim Burton is a good producer. Now he is watching over the work, whether it is prop making, communicating special effects, actor training, etc." Wayne paused and remembered the bad experience of shooting in New York last time. The main shooting location is still in New York. After all, the advantages are too great, and it is not realistic to shoot all the scenes. In addition, we will go to Hong Kong to shoot some scenes, and it is more convenient for Asian actors there. Jeff Robinov nodded with satisfaction. You can discuss these with Tim Burton, but after the shooting starts, you have to give me an approximate time for the production to be completed, as soon as possible. The investment in this project is too high, and we must start promoting it as soon as possible. In fact, Wayne didn't say all the words. In his mind, if the communication with New York is not smooth, or there are other restrictions on the shooting, he will immediately give up this plan, and will never waste time in New York. With the production funds he has, the personnel costs, and props costs, will not be too much. He will immediately tighten his belt, and try to shoot with a full green screen, and synthesize all the pictures in post-production. This idea is absolutely crazy. Even if there are hundreds of millions of production funds, even if you tighten your belt and calculate carefully, there is a high probability that it will be overspent in the end. Otherwise, Wayne is not pursuing awards, and he would have eaten the first crab for the convenience of shooting. Okay, that's it for today. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. After discussing the business, Wayne shook hands with several executives and walked out of the Warner building with his assistant and agent. Compared with Friday, which is still a working day, there was a bustling crowd of moviegoers in the theater at the beginning of Saturday morning. Most of them came to watch because they saw the Warner Brothers promotional ads. After Joker, director Wayne Greenberg has another blockbuster. Stephen King's 1986 bestseller is adapted, and the classic story is on the screen. Such simple slogans, coupled with a simple movie poster, can be seen everywhere on outdoor billboards in Los Angeles. This is not an isolated phenomenon. Almost all major cities in North America are in the same situation. There are many conventional promotional methods like this. Since the film was released yesterday, the entertainment sections of major newspapers and magazines related to the film have all appeared with various promotional soft articles, as well as recommendations from major film critics. Although CNN, a TV station under Warner Brothers, cannot compare with the four major TV networks in North America, the 30-second trailer of it follows the high-rated CNN Daily News report. After Saturday, the first day box office of the movie also gave Warner Brothers confidence. Even professional TV stations such as HBO and TNT began to have information related to the movie. Both Wayne and Warner Brothers knew that no matter how different the content of this film was, it was still a genre film, so they had to use all available means to drive fans into the theater as quickly as possible. At least in the first 3 to 4 weeks of the film's screening, all potential box office revenue was quickly absorbed. This kind of horror film had too much uncertainty. As long as the box office dropped, the Theatre Alliance would inevitably reduce the scale of screening on a large scale. It was basically impossible to keep this film in the theater for more than half a year like Forrest Gump. Even Wayne's goal was very clear. The first purpose of making this simple and easy to make movie was to make money, and then to maintain his image of continuous success, enhance his position in Warner Brothers, and have the absolute right to speak for future large-scale productions and investments. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Exaggerated Box Office. Warner Fights Back. Saturday is a day off, and it is also the day when most young people choose to go to the cinema after a busy week of work. The night slowly enveloped the hustle and bustle of the city. Compared with the more impetuous Los Angeles after dark, the windy city of Chicago is much more stable. At this time, in a villa outside Chicago, Roger Ebert and his agent were sitting in the living room. Agent John Harper had just arrived. Warner Brothers transferred $250,000 to the studio's account at noon today. What they mean is that they hope that you, the leader of the film critics, can better guide the public to watch good films. After the two sat down, Agent John Harper spoke. He knew better than anyone what kind of person his client was. Although he always boasted about art, he had no less contact with major film companies. This offer of $250,000 could definitely impress his client, not to mention that this was the second guidance fund from Warner Brothers. Although Roger Ebert was indeed tempted by the number, he still asked in surprise. I wrote a review of it in my column this morning. Warner Brothers couldn't have failed to notice it, right? No, Roger. The agent organized his words and continued. Warner Brothers thinks this is not enough. They hope that you, as a way to guide moviegoers, can publish a more detailed and long review in tomorrow's column, so that more fans can go to the theater to experience the artistry of this film. This kind of thing is also common, at least in the circle of film critics. Roger Ebert is definitely the one with the greatest influence. So there will be production companies that will conduct secondary public relations, but this will only happen to films that perform well. The first day box office of it exploded, and Warner Brothers is willing to invest more. Roger Ebert said softly. Of course, he understood these things. Reply to Warner Brothers. Film reviews play an important role in guiding the entire film industry. It is the job of film critics to guide the general public to watch more artistic films. Works like it, which analyzes children's growth in detail, need to be seen by more fans. Although the Pulitzer Prize winner said it in a very high-sounding way, Agent John Harper still understood what he meant. This shows that he will do a good job. A film review that fully recommends it will appear in the column of the Chicago Sun-Times. John Harper knew that no matter how good his client's words were, what moved him was the US dollars that arrived in his account. This was the reality. Roger Ebert was no different from ordinary film critics. They all live by sucking blood from film companies. There is another offer, also from Warner Brothers. Seeing that he agreed, the agent began to talk about the second thing he had to do. Warner Brothers, we hope you stop giving those favorable comments on The Shawshank Redemption. If you can give a sharper review of that movie, another guidance fund will be deposited into the studio account on Monday. Roger Ebert didn't even think about this matter and directly rejected the agent. No, Columbia's public relations is very strong, so just reject Warner Brothers' request. The agent understood that Warner Brothers was just trying it out. No matter how shameless these film critics were, they still had the most basic professional ethics. Once this kind of thing was opened, it would affect all future income. He was just trying to say it. If it worked, he would get an extra commission. If it didn't work, it didn't matter. Since The Shawshank Redemption had 2 previews, the market had already received good reviews before the film was released. Almost all film critics and media were singing praises for the film. The film was able to maintain high ratings on various media, and the film's professional reputation was also rising. It can be seen that a large part of Sony Columbia's publicity and promotion funds must have been invested here. Okay, that's it. I'll go back and talk to Warner Brothers. Agent John Harbour nodded and left the suburban mansion. This big house, including the luxurious decorations in the house, all came from those column reviews. After the agent left, Roger Ebert recalled the content of the movie, returned to the study, and took out a pen. It didn't take long for a long film review to appear on the paper. At the end, he habitually drew a thumbs up. While it was not too late, he sent this priceless film review to the Chicago Sun-Times, which will also appear in the latest newspaper tomorrow morning. As the most well-known film critic, Roger Ebert's knowledge is definitely not bad, and he is definitely one of the top few people in analyzing movies. Otherwise he would not have made few mistakes in decades. Just from the memory of writing the film review just now, he compared the two films in his mind. Although it, as always, maintains Wayne Greenberg's special style, the horror element mixed in it are all well-arranged absolute selling points. From this point of view alone, the market acceptance of the film will not be low. The Shawshank Redemption is indeed a good movie. Everyone who has seen it must admit that. Whether it can be accepted by the market is another matter. If nothing unexpected happens next week, The Shawshank Redemption will be in big trouble. Roger Ebert understood that, even if it was in an absolute dominant position, Warner Bros. Would not let its competitors release the film safely. From the offer brought by the agent today, it can be seen that Warner Bros. Has already started to take action in advance. When the first ray of sunshine came out in Los Angeles, after only a short day, all major newspapers and media suddenly changed their tone. Not only were there two voices reporting on it, but more complicated news also appeared in major newspapers. First of all, the most popular thing is the box office report about it. There are also a small number of gossip tabloids that repeatedly hype the poisoning incident of the Canadian crew. Some tabloids are more rational and analyze the harm to child actors. Some tabloids simply write all kinds of dramas about how the crew exploited minors. Needless to say, the report of CBS, a television station under Sony Columbia, yesterday still had some influence. The new film directed by Wayne Greenberg, It, landed in the theater market this Friday. After earning $5.9 million in advance screenings on Thursday, it earned more than $20 million on the day of its release on Friday, and the first day box office revenue was $26.32 million. Yesterday, the second day of the film's release, the box office figures continue to rise, earning another $26.98 million. This week, the North American market ushered in a new high due to the box office explosion of it. The second place is Sylvester Stallone's The Expert. The film has been released for 3 weeks and has also maintained considerable competitiveness. In front of the newsstand, Paul Knight put down the Entertainment Daily in his hand and frowned deeply. He originally wanted to see how much of a response his actions would cause, but he didn't expect to see bad news at first glance. He was really helpless about the smear campaign on CBS against the crew of it. When he heard that the box office on the first day was more than 26 million, it was absolutely impossible to do nothing, even if it could have a little effect and affect some people's choice of watching movies. Moreover, this kind of mutual smearing is definitely within the competition rules of Hollywood and will not touch the bottom line. Almost every movie will receive this treatment when it is released. But before he could see more news, a car stopped in front of the newsstand in front of the company. Nicky Marvin hurriedly ran down from the car and said with a grim face, "Paul, I just got the news that Morgan Freeman was taken away by the Los Angeles Police Department at around 4 in the morning. FXXK." Without caring about the newspaper in his hand, Paul Knight threw a franc to his boss, picked up a pile of newspapers, and turned to walk towards the company's door. As he walked, he asked, "What happened?" With Morgan's fame, how could the police take him away in the early morning, unless he was selling separatism? This hit Paul Knight right in the heart. The crew of The Shawshank Redemption was about to start a large-scale publicity campaign. All the TV programs and newspaper and magazine interviews that had been scheduled in advance were cancelled, not to mention the roadshow across the United States after the film was released. Morgan Freeman, who had wanted to use the opportunity to whitewash himself, went straight to the police station. Now there was one less leading actor, which completely disrupted the rhythm of the film. Morgan Freeman's granddaughter suddenly reported the case and provided clear and complete evidence to the police. The lawyers of the girls who had been biting him before suddenly put pressure on the judicial department. Hearing these bad news, Paul Knight suddenly felt powerless. Wasn't the reaction of Warner Brothers too much? This circle has never been popular with the behavior of killing people with one stick without leaving any way out. Then things were obviously just beginning. Just after returning to the office, before the two of them began to discuss countermeasures, the secretary walked in quickly and turned on the TV in the office. On the CNN channel, a reporter was interviewing Morgan Freeman's granddaughter and wife at his doorstep. A few months after the scandal subsided, it was once again broadcast live to all of North America. Staring at the TV screen, Paul Knight's voice rang out. Our legal team doesn't have to go to the police station to bail him out. Damn, that shitty CNN satellite news broadcast truck actually drove directly to his doorstep. Morgan Freeman is done. With a click, the secretary switched the channel and saw that ABC, one of the 4 major TV networks, was also broadcasting this program. Shit. Chapter 218, a combination punch. As the secretary carefully changed the channel, 2 or 3 national TV stations were reporting on this Hollywood ethical scandal. The 3 people present knew that there would be all kinds of media hype, follow-up reports and discussions in the following period of time. Whether Morgan Freeman can be bailed out now is no longer of great significance. The most important thing now is to get the public relations department to act quickly and carry out full public relations activities for the upcoming negative information to reduce the impact of this scandal on the film. Nikki Marvin turned off the TV and asked puzzledly after the secretary left, why are there other TV stations joining in the fun? Even Disney wants to get involved. Paul Knight shrugged and waved his hand to explain. The big Hollywood companies have always been cooperating and competing with each other. When there is an opportunity to step on others, since it won't cost too much anyway, no one will miss this opportunity. As for Disney's involvement, there must be other reasons. He recalled for a while, and then continued with more certainty. It's Miramax's Pulp Fiction. This movie will be released after Us, which should be the main purpose of Disney's involvement. Although the 2 films are 3 weeks apart in terms of release date, Disney can definitely take this opportunity to throw dirty water on the Shawshank Redemption. Many things do not require evidence at all. Just look at the consequences of the matter. Whoever benefits the most is likely to be a participant. Paul Knight glanced at the time and said, the crew should keep a low profile. Go back and warn them not to disclose any issues about Morgan Freeman to reporters or express their opinions. I will go to the meeting first and ask the public relations department to start making a plan as soon as possible. Now it is just a simple actor issue. The greater public pressure will soon be transferred to the film. Since Warner Brothers has chosen to take action at this time, they will definitely not let us go so easily. Nikki Marvin nodded. Now she and the crew can't do much. They can only passively wait for Columbia's actions. Then she has always known that, although Sony and Columbia are also one of the 6 giants, they seem to always suffer losses. In many things, Columbia is like an outsider. Now all her hopes are pinned on the reputation of the Shawshank Redemption. Whether it is professional reputation, media reputation after the preview, or fan reputation, this film is all one-sided praise. This may be the only advantage she can rely on after the film is released. Sony Columbia was in a state of panic. In Knoxville, Tennessee, at the headquarters of Regal Entertainment, the film The Shawshank Redemption was also being discussed. Originally, after Jeff Robinoff's call, the company had already agreed to increase the screening scale of it starting on Monday. As the box office of this film continued to rise, it showed a trend of explosion, which gave the theater companies more reasons. Now that The Shawshank Redemption has not yet been released, it has suddenly encountered such a scandal. The theater companies are already in a meeting to discuss whether they should reduce the scale of the film's opening and give more screens to it, which has exploded at the box office. If this trend continues, The Shawshank Redemption will definitely be affected. More ordinary moviegoers will definitely not choose to watch a film starring an unethical actor. In the conference room of the office building of Regal Cinema's headquarters, several executives listened to the speech of Cohen Campbell, the operations manager. They all knew the specific news, and now they were hesitant about the allocation of theaters. A director said, but the reputation of The Shawshank Redemption is indeed. Good reputation does not necessarily translate into high box office. Everything will be clear after the screening. Cohen Campbell remembered the analysis of the company's film expert and interrupted him directly. After he finished speaking, he opened the file bag he brought with him and asked his secretary to distribute the organized information to the executives at the conference table one by one. As they all turned their eyes to the data, he continued, "This is a data report from the company's film viewing team and the survey team we hired. Whether it is our own film viewing experts or the survey company's questionnaires on ordinary movie fans, it proves that it is an A-level commercial film. Yes, you heard it right. It is not a horror film or a genre film, but an A-level commercial film. Before the release, we still underestimated the box office potential of this film. After 2 days of box office analysis, the survey company has estimated that the final box office of this film will not be less than $200 million US. The various data analyses on the data, the suggestions given by more than 30 film viewing experts, the detailed data obtained by the survey company, and the explanation of the operations manager all made several executives pay attention. Michael Hopkins, CEO of Emperor Cinemas, frowned and also carefully read the report before saying, "Cohen, I know you are very optimistic about this film, but the good reputation of The Shawshank Redemption cannot be ignored." His words were agreed by many people, and everyone nodded involuntarily. If it weren't for the amazing reputation in the media, with all the messy things going on now, the number of theaters that this movie would be released in would definitely be reduced. But don't forget that the reputation of it is also good, whether it is the reputation of the fan group or the professional reputation of film critics. It is far better than the horror film category. Cohen Campbell was the only one among the executives who attended the preview, so he was very confident in his judgment. The box office in the past 2 days also made him more convinced that the market potential of this film is definitely not what it is now. I personally think that the theaters that opened for The Shawshank Redemption should be squeezed, and more theaters should be given to it starting from Monday, and the subordinate theaters should increase the proportion of screenings. According to my analysis, the box office potential of this film has not been released yet. After saying that, he looked directly at the CEO's position. The person who could make the final decision could only be the head of the Imperial Cinema. This remark also caused a discussion. Several executives basically agreed with his point of view. All the reasons were not as convincing as the survey data and box office figures in the materials in hand. A senior executive from the operations department suddenly said, "I suggest leaving some room for adjustment. After all, the professional reputation of The Shawshank Redemption is close to perfect, and no one knows whether it will explode." And Ms. Shirley Lansing from Paramount also called me. She hopes to maintain the screening scale of Forrest Gump. This is indeed true. Even if the number of theaters for it is to be increased, there must be room to avoid any uncontrollable situation. I have an idea, maybe I can give you some reference. Sitting in the corner of the conference room, Alexander Odyssey, a senior film expert who rarely participates in operations issues, frowned and said, "For this expert who has been in the company for more than 20 years, everyone trusts his vision very much." His sudden opening also attracted everyone's attention. The Shawshank Redemption is a good movie, but in my opinion, it has a low chance of being a big hit at the box office. Ignoring the surprised expressions of the people around him, Alexander Odyssey analyzed carefully. First of all, it's a problem with the subject matter. This is a prison-themed work. And when watching this film, it always gives people a weird feeling, as if this kind of film should not appear in the cinema. The best place for it is Blockbuster, yes, a video rental company. After speaking his opinion, the chief film expert of Emperor Cinema closed his mouth tightly. He didn't understand the operation issues and could only give his opinion on the film. That's it. CEO Michael Hopkins knocked on the table and said the final plan. The number of screens for Forrest Gump and the expert will be maintained as much as possible, and the number of screens for The Shawshank Redemption will be reduced by 15%. On Monday, it will be directly released to it. This arrangement will be maintained until next weekend, and we will adjust it according to the box office situation. This is the plan that best meets the opinions of everyone. The screening contract with Sony Columbia has flexible terms. After reducing it by 15%, it will not involve the issue of breach of contract. Even if The Shawshank Redemption does explode at the box office next week, they have more room for adjustment. After the meeting of Monarch Cinemas, CEO Michael Hopkins immediately called Warner Brothers and asked them to mail and ship more copies of the movie as soon as possible. It was not only the first theater company in North America that made the same choice. Almost all AMC and the Artists Cinema chain in the United States reduced the number of theaters reserved for The Shawshank Redemption to varying degrees and temporarily added it to it. The first goal of theater companies is always the box office figures of the film. The higher the number, the greater the flow of people in the theater. However, their profit point is far more than that box office share. The first profit point of the theater has always been the sales of merchandise brought by the flow of people. Everyone in the industry knows that the profits of popcorn and Coke are terrifyingly high. The same news was not only notified to the distribution department of Warner Brothers in a timely manner, but also to the distribution department of Sony Columbia. The distribution director, who had just finished a day of meetings, smashed the ashtray again when he returned to the office. Warner Brothers' combination of punches has not been fully played, and Paul Knight once again has the urge to resign. However, we still have to face what needs to be faced. Since the number of theaters opening has been reduced to more than 2,500, this result cannot be changed, so we can only wait and see how the film performs. If the box office can surpass it in the second week and win the weekend championship, it is not impossible to expand the screening. Chapter 219. Congratulations, Mr. Greenberg. Wayne was awakened by various congratulatory calls early Monday morning, from executives of Warner Brothers, to crew members who were promoting the film in Salt Lake City, and even Steven Spielberg, who was busy with DreamWorks, called to congratulate him. The film was already certain to be a success, and his goddaughter Drew Barrymore also gained great popularity because of her outstanding performance in the film. When the good man invited him to play golf together when he had time, before hanging up the phone, Wayne declined without thinking, saying that he was busy with 2 films and really couldn't spare the time. Now is the time when DreamWorks is about to exert its strength, and Spielberg's live-action department's films will gain both in the Oscars and the theater market. But what will come next is the squeeze from the Big Six. Hollywood is already very crowded, so crowded that these 6 giants will never allow the emergence of a 7th. Spielberg, who is now ambitious, will lose his business partners one after another in the future, and then be strangled by the distribution, and finally encounter a lot of problems when DreamWorks films are sent to MPAA 4 rating. Wayne doesn't mind maintaining a good personal relationship with the other party, but their positions will gradually become opposite over time. The biggest tacit understanding of the 6 giants will become a common squeeze on DreamWorks in the next few years. So, he spent the whole morning of this Monday answering the phone calls handed over by his assistant. It was not just acquaintances who sent congratulations. A call from Harvey Weinstein also surprised him. Wayne also nodded and agreed to the other party's proposal to talk, but the location was not at home, but at Warner Brothers Studios. Although he kept paying attention to that place almost every day, he was still going to take a look today to check the preparation progress of each department. Wayne planned to start shooting Batman around the end of October, which is nearly 2 months away from now. There is no problem with the long-term preparation work, and the remaining supporting roles still need to be decided by him personally. At 10 a.m., Sergey drove him and his assistant to the entrance of the studio. Before Wayne could change to the tram, he was surrounded by reporters who had been waiting there. A reporter with a Premiere Magazine badge on his chest put a recorder in front of him. Wayne, the first weekend box office of it has earned nearly $70 million, which is the 3rd highest first week box office record in North America. Can you talk about your current thoughts? To be honest, I didn't expect this number myself, Wayne answered as he walked into the studio. I didn't expect that after a summer vacation. The enthusiasm of movie fans is still so high. This also gives me more motivation to shoot more excellent films. Director Greenberg, can you say a few more words? Wayne, what do you think of the accusations of the Child Protection Organization? Wayne, are you here? Under the constant questioning of the reporter, he did not mean to stop his steps. He got on the studio's tram and drove to the studio, where various preparations were being made. Just like answering those reporters' questions, he himself did not expect that the first week box office of it would be so high, which was nearly $20 million higher than his own estimate. The film earned $26.32 million on the first day, including advanced screenings on Friday. Starting from Saturday, as the attendance rate continued to increase, it earned $26.98 million on that day. Then on Sunday, because the second day was a weekday, the box office figures maintained a healthy decline and earned $15.99 million. The total box office revenue of the first weekend was a terrifying $69.29 million, and it was undoubtedly the box office champion of this weekend. Moreover, this opening weekend performance was the third best opening performance after Joker and Jurassic Park, which was also the main reason for the continuous congratulatory calls this morning. From the beginning of the morning, many North American forecasting agencies put the box office of it between $200 million and $280 million. Even the Las Vegas gaming department quietly doubled the odds of the film reaching a box office of $250 million. Such a good opening result also made Warner Bros. Decide to add another $5 million in publicity and promotion funds to maximize the implementation of subsequent publicity plans. The production cost of the film, it was $25 million, but the box office in the first week exceeded the cost line by more than twice. From the beginning of the morning, major media newspapers gave him the title of the director who is best at making a big profit with a small investment. This is still a relatively neutral title. Various media under Warner Bros. Described him even more excessively, and various versions of Wayne Greenberg's success story are endless. Thinking of the box office figures of this film, Wayne felt that the September schedule was right. He never took The Shawshank Redemption seriously. Wayne, who knew the result long ago, understood that it was impossible for it to have a box office explosion. Coupled with Warner Bros.' relentless pursuit, the leading actor was still in the police station 6 days before the film was released, which made the film even worse. Not only will it hit competitors, but with more publicity funds invested, plus the publicity plan that was already prepared to be implemented, Wayne believes that it will definitely dominate the entire September schedule. The tram stopped at the door of the big studio. After Wayne got off with Nina, they walked into the studio. In the studio, the most conspicuous person was Christian Bale, who was sweating all over. His body shape has changed dramatically compared to a few months ago. As for his current muscles, he is definitely better than the big-breasted Captain America in Wayne's impression, and this is not the end. There is still more than a month of training time, which is enough for him to shape his body stronger. In Wayne's Batman, he will definitely not deliberately weaken Bruce Wayne's ability, so having a strong body at first glance can maximize the persuasiveness of the film. The first film that will be shot soon is relatively easy to say. The production goal of this film is to make the film full of comics. After all, the main story is derived from the comic year one that almost everyone knows. Even ordinary people who have never read comics must have heard of this story. It mainly tells the story of Bruce Wayne's transformation into Batman, starting from the death of his parents and solving various problems encountered in the middle. Then through various problems encountered, he began to slowly hone his fighting skills, gradually built various equipment, and finally became the Dark Guardian of Gotham City. It is the same story, and he can't make too many changes. At most, he will make Bruce Wayne more human, so as to make the fans feel involved and accumulate a wider audience for this series. But starting from the second part, his plan became different. Bruce Wayne will never become less and less powerful. He is not Chris Nolan. He will not force a powerful superhero to become an ordinary person just to carry private goods. Hi, Mr. Greenberg, congratulations. Christian Bale noticed his gaze, walked over with sweat all over his body, and greeted him politely. Thank you. Wayne observed his muscles closely and nodded with satisfaction. Such a masculine male body is the body shape that a superhero should have. It can be seen that Christian Bale must have suffered a lot for this muscle. Keep going. Believe me, when you appear on the big screen, women all over North America will scream at your body. After saying that, he stopped disturbing his training plan, walked to the door of the office, and knocked on it, then pushed it open and walked in. Tim Burton's hair felt more messy, but he was still in a neat suit. Compared with the muscular man just now, his thin figure looked particularly weak and helpless. Hey, why are you here? Looking up and seeing the two people coming in, the producer opened his mouth in surprise. Shouldn't you be busy with the work of it now? By the way, congratulations, you have created another Greenberg style success. Thank you. Sitting across from the desk, Wayne glanced at the expense form on the table. I'm worried about the preparations here, so I'd better take some time to come and take a look. How is the contact between the two locations? Have you encountered any difficulties? This is the issue he cares about most. It's better to get the shooting location quickly, which will affect his next work of customizing the shooting plan. It's already been settled in New York. Tim Burton saw that he didn't want to greet him, and he was concerned about the progress of the work. He shrugged his shoulders, took out a file bag, opened it and took out 2 signed agreements. There is an acquaintance of yours in New York. As soon as we mentioned that this is your crew, he immediately gave the most relaxed conditions. After the shooting begins, a special police force will be dispatched to cooperate with the crew, and the time for closing the road for shooting is also relatively relaxed. Wayne asked in surprise, while looking down at the agreement. Acquaintance? Tim Burton said, yes, it seems to be called Saul Feinstein. This person is very enthusiastic about our own people. This reminded him of the middle-aged Jewish man in the New York City government, a rare compatriot who is not engaged in business or politics. I remember that he seemed to have helped me last time, but I didn't expect to meet him again this time. Okay, I remember now. I hope everything goes well. How is Hong Kong? You know, we can't go to the other side to shoot. Tim Burton stretched out his thin arm and pointed to the signature of the second agreement. There is a film company called Giant which has cooperated with Warner Brothers, and they will be responsible for receiving us after we go there. Oh, Wayne's eyes lit up when he saw this name. What a fate. The person who signed the agreement has participated in Hollywood projects several times, and his godson has become a Hollywood action star. Chapter 220. This thing is so easy to copy. There weren't many scenes to be shot in Hong Kong, but a large number of Asian actors were needed. This was the main reason why Wayne chose to go there. In addition, he wanted to verify some of his doubts up close. The Golden Harvest Film Company really made him put aside most of his concerns. Although the current Oriental Hollywood is going downhill, it is still definitely the best in Asia. Tim Burton didn't notice that his partner was a little stunned and continued to talk about the arrangements there. The company can help contact all the Asian actors we need, and the venue can also help solve the problem, but the other party also has its own demands. What are the demands? They hope that the Asian supporting actors used by the crew will try to use the candidates they recommend. I have already made the decision and agreed to this. It doesn't have any impact, right? Tim Burton smiled and didn't take it too seriously. Just as he thought, Wayne didn't take it too seriously. The Asian supporting actors in the film were almost all very small roles and basically didn't have too many scenes, so it didn't matter who was used. They could also guess what the other party was thinking. It was nothing more than yearning for Hollywood. But Wayne knew very well that many Hong Kong actors came to Hollywood to make a living, but the final results were not ideal. Only the 2 action stars had achieved some status, and Jet Li came from the other side. Apart from these 2 who had made a name for themselves, the rest of the Hong Kong actors were almost all not very ideal. He knew Jet Li a little better. In Hollywood, where everything is measured by data, as an Asian actor, he became a brand, and his salary started at tens of millions of US dollars. There were only 2 such actors in Asia. Going back, there were only a few Asians who were recognized in North America, such as Blue Lee, Jet Li, and Jackie Chan, who almost all made it in with their excellent kung fu. Kung Fu fever is about to become popular in Hollywood, which will give Hong Kong people many opportunities. Wayne is not referring to the opportunities here just for the actors, but for the behind-the-scenes teams who are skilled and dare to fight. Whether it is the martial arts instructors who were necessary in the years when Kung Fu became popular, or the stuntmen who are also lacking in Hollywood now, they actually have more opportunities than actors. As long as they don't stick to the tradition after they come and actively integrate into the film industry system with their special skills, the probability of these behind-the-scenes personnel to succeed is much higher than those actors. He shook his head and threw away all those messy ideas and continued to chat with Tim Burton for a while about the progress of the preparation of props and other things, and then took Nina out of the producer's office. With a responsible and capable producer, the preparations here are basically going smoothly, which also made Wayne put down many worries. This will be his first big production with an investment of hundreds of millions, and the type of film is also out of his comfort zone. Films like Batman are not much different from the big budget summer science fiction action blockbusters. The sudden increase in action scenes is also the first test for him. The literary drama is Wayne's advantage. After all, when it comes to telling stories by multi-line narratives, you can get high box office. There are really not many people in Hollywood who can compare with him now. He walked around the huge studio and carefully looked at each area. He also received congratulations from many staff members. When he was looking at the finished prop Batmobile, the security guard at the door ran over and told him that someone was looking for him. "Let's go, Nina. Let's go talk to that fat guy about some profitable business. If it goes well, you'll get a bonus." The assistant ignored the boss's teasing and followed him out of the studio. Now this is definitely not a place to talk about things. All the work in the studio is confidential. Even the staff involved in the production of props have signed a confidentiality agreement first. This is a common practice in Hollywood crews. Before and even during the filming of the film, they will tacitly keep the secrets from the media, unless there is a special publicity need. Seeing them come out, Harvey Weinstein took the initiative to extend his hand, and his eyes were full of surprise when he looked at the young director. "Hi, Wayne. Congratulations again. You have once again created the best opening score this year." "Thank you. You've said it twice today." Wayne shook his hand with him, with the same formulaic and enthusiastic smile on his face. "Compared to the achievements you have made, no matter how many times I say it, it is not enough to describe it, right? Business mutual praise is a skill that almost everyone in this circle has." Wayne did not take the other party's praise seriously. He shrugged and said, "Let's go to the opposite side of the studio. There is a coffee shop with a good environment. I also have something to talk to you about." "Okay." After getting on the tram, Harvey Weinstein has been observing Wayne. When he saw the newspaper early in the morning, although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the exaggerated box office figures. At this time, the expression of the young director was very calm, as if he always carried a calmness and sobriety that did not match his age. Even if it created the best opening performance this year, it did not make him lose his cool head. Even if all the films in North America are counted, the opening performance of it can be ranked in the top 3, and 2 of the top 3 films on this list are from the hands of this young man. This success rate is absolutely unprecedented in Hollywood, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for anyone to surpass it in the future. The reason why Harvey Weinstein had a complicated expression was because the little guy he could easily control a few years ago had inadvertently become a big boss in the circle like himself. Wayne Greenberg had achieved what others had to work hard for a lifetime in less than 5 years. Oh, and he also had a terrifying net worth. In the 1993 Hollywood Celebrity Income list, he ranked 9th with the Joker's terrifying income. For this young man, even though he was a fellow Jewish man, Harvey Weinstein was full of amazement and admiration for him. The tram drove to the entrance of the studio. Facing a group of reporters guarding here, Wayne smiled and shook his head at the fat man. Under the escort of security, several people walked to the coffee shop opposite. "Harvey, you came here to see Director Greenberg. Does that mean you will try to cooperate?" "Hey, Wayne." Walking with Harvey, "Is there a problem with your cooperation with Warner Brothers?" The two looked at each other, and no matter what the reporter said, they kept their heads down and walked away without saying a word. It was not until they entered the small private room of the coffee shop that Wayne let out a long sigh and complained, "Harvey, you know, I actually hate the media very much, whether it's at work or in life." "Wayne, you have to get used to this slowly. Now you are not a small director anymore." Harvey Weinstein, with a bulging belly, spread his hands and said, "Maybe there are paparazzi waiting for the trash can in front of your house. Although the matter is not so exaggerated, it should be not far off." However, Wayne himself knows that this kind of heat will only last for a while. When the heat of it is over, those reporters will not stare at him anymore. Director, no matter what, is still a behind-the-scenes profession now. After the heat is over, the gossip tabloids will write his stories again, and consumers may not necessarily buy them. "Okay, let's talk business. Wayne put away his smile, and when he saw Sergi was already sitting outside the door, he opened his mouth to talk business. "Harvey, I have a plan here. Maybe we can try to cooperate." Hearing this, Harvey Weinstein blurted out, "The adaptation plan of The Lord of the Rings? No, it's another plan." Waving to the assistant, Wayne took the briefcase handed over by Nina and took out a prepared document from it. Several sheets of printed paper were simply stapled together, and on it was his perfected plan. This plan fully took into account the current social environment, the media analysis that needed to be used, the execution plan divided into several steps, and the most important capital investment budget. This thing is more like a marketing plan than a project plan. It can be said that it is a product of mutual combination, but most of it is a marketing plan, and the proportion of movie creativity is very small. Wayne put the document on the table, picked up the coffee, and took a sip. Just when Harvey Weinstein reached out to pick it up, he reached out and pressed it. In the other party's puzzled eyes, he tightened his face and said seriously, "Harvey, after reading the things, it means that we have tacitly agreed to our cooperation relationship. It has been reached. You have to think it through." Harvey Weinstein's fat face showed the same solemn look. He nodded and picked up the document again, turning to the first page to read it. However, after reading only the first page, his brows frowned unconsciously. This document was very long. The more he read, the more he was amazed in his heart. This was simply a textbook-like project plan and marketing plan. Sure enough, he had always suspected that Wayne Greenberg, this young man, had a talent for being a producer, which was definitely better than being a simple director. This kind of business sense and market vision was definitely the best in this circle. In the small private room, there was only the sound of flipping documents, not to mention this part of the marketing plan. Only the short project plan was mentioned. Although it was not long, it included market pre-investigation, target population analysis, production capital expenditure analysis, etc. One by one, it was neatly arranged like a template. Combined with the subsequent marketing plan, this thing immediately became very feasible. Harvey Weinstein also understood why the other party said that before he read it, because after reading this thing, there is no secret. It is so easy to copy. Chapter 221 Urgent News Report. This was the first time that Harvey Weinstein saw a project plan written by Wayne, and it was just a very simple version. From this thing, he could imagine that the other party's previous project plan must have been more neatly produced. He had only seen such a thing from another producer, a producer named Jerry Bruckheimer, who was also a genius. Putting down the thing in his hand, Harvey Weinstein leaned back in his chair and began to recall the entire plan in his mind, considering the feasibility of this matter, the funds required, and the price he would have to pay. Wayne. He squinted his eyes, which were not big to begin with, and paid attention to the changes in the expression of the young man in front of him. "Aren't you afraid that after I go back, I will get rid of you and come up with something like this? This thing is not difficult." Wayne really thought about this. He knew very well what kind of thing Harvey Weinstein was. Things like moral bottom line never existed in this fat man. But today, his status is different. He is definitely not the unknown director a few years ago. If the fat man dares to play this trick on him, he has plenty of ways to make him pay the price. "I dare to take out this thing, so I'm not afraid that you will leave me and work alone." Wayne smiled and lit a cigarette. He didn't take his words seriously at all. Instead, he asked, "Tell me what you think. If this matter is handed over to you, how long will it take?" The fat man stretched out his hand and tapped the documents on the table one by one. While thinking, he said, "This kind of film can be made by anyone. If you want to speed it up, it won't even take a month. However, the subsequent viral marketing plan requires a lot of media resources, which is the main investment point of funds. If you want to gain the planned influence, I'm afraid it will cost tens of millions of publicity and promotion fees, and this number may not be enough. A pseudo-documentary with a horror color, this kind of thing is very simple to make, but the film itself is not the main selling point. On the contrary, this marketing plan is. If we only look at this marketing plan, the effect achieved by this unprecedented method is obvious, and the business opportunities contained therein are also not small. The investment of tens of millions of dollars in publicity and promotion is just a conservative estimate by Harvey Weinstein. If you want to make it a hot event, this number may need to be multiplied several times. If this thing is given to others, the plan can easily fail, just because of the distribution channel problem. But Miramax has its own distribution department and complete and mature distribution channels. So the only concern of this fat man is the high publicity cost. Harvey, we can set up a studio together and come up with the Switch project and then distribute it through Miramax. I think you can't help but see the profits involved. Wayne understood that what he was worried about was not the shamelessness of engaging in unbridled hype, but the capital cost that might need to be invested in the early stage. So he continued, we can discuss an investment ratio, and the initial investment can be shared proportionally. Of course, the profits also need to be settled according to this ratio. Very crazy marketing method. Harvey Weinstein looked at the young man with indescribable complex emotions in his eyes. He was silent for several minutes before he spoke. First of all, I have to say that this thing is very feasible. In addition, it comes from your hands, so I believe the success rate will be higher. But, however, this kind of viral and deceptive propaganda method will definitely trigger public opinion, and once the fans enter the theater, this matter will naturally be exposed. At that time, we will definitely be drowned by the saliva of countless angry fans in the media. The deceived public will definitely find a way to tear us apart. Wayne smiled and exhaled a puff of green smoke, saying nonchalantly, the production company is an unknown studio. Although the distribution company is Miramax, the first target of the media and the public is the film director. I think this is definitely not a problem for you. That's right. What does the anger of the fans have to do with Wayne? He doesn't plan to show up for this matter, otherwise he wouldn't have asked this fat man to cooperate. As a director who has been continuously successful, he can't bear such a bad reputation even now. Once the credit of the fans is lost, it will never be restored by two films. And Wayne was sure that this fat man was not afraid of being scolded, and he would not do it himself. At most, Miramax, the distribution company, would be criticized, but compared with the benefits, this criticism was nothing. No one would refuse the easy dollars, especially a greedy Jewish fat man. This ratio. Harvey Weinstein happily skipped this topic and started talking about the investment ratio. You know, Miramax will be affected more or less after releasing this film, so I want 70% of the profit. Wayne understood that this was the reason why the other party was picking faults and constantly complaining about the difficulties. To put it bluntly, it was all for the benefit. He shook his head, and a hint of sarcasm suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Harvey, do you think it's possible? Or do you want to kick me out in this way? No, I need 50%. Wayne waved his hand to interrupt him. Harvey, this is my bottom line, 50% profit. I came up with the idea, but you need to do the distribution and host the project. So, whether it is the initial investment or the later income, we will each get half of the profit. Isn't this fair? Seeing that Harvey Weinstein still wanted to refute, he continued, don't look for such a ridiculous reason. I don't need to teach you how to operate here. Don't you know how to register a new distribution company and use Miramax's distribution channels and distribution personnel? Pushing the new distribution company and the director to the front is not difficult, right? Hearing these words, the fat man finally fell silent. Wayne's words were very realistic and straightforward. What he had to consider now was whether to accept this ratio or not, otherwise the ending would definitely be a breakup. There would be no discussion about the Lord of the Rings. In fact, Wayne was not giving a blind idea. In his memory, this witch's film was distributed by Yijiang. Yijiang's approach was also to put the director and actors on the front stage, to accept the anger of countless fans in the media. And he basically said nothing, hiding behind the scenes, and quietly made a lot of money. Okay, that's it. After thinking for a long time, Harvey Weinstein finally nodded and agreed. I will find a small director who wants to be famous as soon as possible and make the film before the new year. Then let your agent contact me and go to register a studio together. Wayne also laughed, stretched out his hand and patted him. Shooting this kind of film can be done by almost a small director and a few actors. It is not difficult to rent 2 cameras and find 2 behind the scenes staff. Harvey, in 2 days, you can get rid of all your doubts about this marketing plan. Believe me, you will see the effect in advance. Facing the fat man's puzzled eyes, he did not explain too much. Warner Brothers will launch a simplified version of this marketing plan starting on Monday. I believe the result will give the fat man more confidence. Okay, I'll go back and prepare. Harvey Weinstein put the things into the bag, stood up and shook hands with him, and said something before leaving. The invitation to Pulp Fiction has been sent to your agent. You must come to the premiere. Wayne nodded. No problem, I will definitely go. While Wayne was talking to others about viral marketing, Warner Brothers had already quietly started. CNN, a cable news network under Turner Broadcasting Corporation, headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, provides news programs to cable news networks and satellite TV users 24 hours a day via satellite. On Monday afternoon, it inserted an urgent news report. Because it reports global news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and when faced with breaking news, CNN International News Network will also report on the scene as soon as possible, which has unparalleled credibility among the general public. CNN reporter's latest report: in Chengson, a satellite city in the greater Los Angeles area, 2 young people were watching the movie The Clown this afternoon. They were frightened and had a sudden myocardial infarction. They were confirmed dead before the ambulance arrived. According to the reporter's on-site interview, the 2 young people who died were a couple and a pair of senior horror movie fans. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, they came to the theater with their friends to watch the movie, but they had a heart attack when the horror scene appeared. The couple both had a history of heart disease. When their friends noticed something was wrong, their hearts had stopped beating for a long time. This sudden incident caused a strong protest from the family of the deceased. The friends and family of the deceased have now surrounded the cinema. The Clear Report pictures in the news were instantly transmitted to thousands of households in North America through CNN News Television 16 satellites, and also to more than 180 countries around the world. According to this year's statistics, CAA has a total of 184 million households watching it for a long time, which also made this news have a huge impact in a short time. It is conservatively estimated that tens of millions of people in North America received this urgent news. Less than 2 hours later, the major evening news newspapers had already published the news. Authoritative media such as the Washington Post, the New York Times, and the Los Angeles Times all published news reports in their evening special editions. Warner Brothers Cinemax, TBS, the WB, TNT and other TV stations also reprinted the news as soon as possible. This reverse operation stunned the people in the Hollywood circle for a while. Chapter 222 It is withdrawn from the theater. After the IT incident of scaring people to death in the theater fermented overnight, various news began to flood the media on Tuesday morning. Not only authoritative newspapers, magazines and TV stations, but also gossip and entertainment tabloids began to hype this hot topic. Starting early in the morning, various talk shows appeared on many local TV stations, and the topics were almost all about the incident of scaring people to death, discussing issues such as bloody violence in the movie. Contrary to conventional public relations activities, Warner Brothers seemed to have suddenly lost its mind. Even its own media joined the big discussion and began to frequently reflect on the problems in the movie. Just when everyone was confused and Sony Columbia was very happy, Warner Brothers took the initiative to contact the families of the victims the next afternoon and was ready to discuss compensation in an active manner. This attitude of actively and quickly admitting mistakes is completely unlike a large capital company. The behavior of taking the initiative to take responsibility has also won the favor of most of the public. Warner Brothers also took the initiative to announce that it would internally review the large-scale shots of it. After the evening news came out, Warner Brothers media and theaters showing it in North America posted signs in prominent places saying, "The movie is too scary. People with heart and mental illness are not allowed to watch it." Just as a group of Warner Brothers executives expected, such dissuasive slogans did not stop the enthusiasm of movie fans, but instead aroused the strong curiosity of passers-by, who all wanted to see how exciting this terrifying horror movie could be. After 2 days of discussion, more than 40 media outlets of all sizes appeared in the conference room of the Warner Building on Thursday morning to attend a press conference suddenly held by Warner Brothers. The purpose of this press conference is to respond to the public about the terrifying incident and the subsequent handling methods. When the film director Wayne Greenberg and Warner Brothers CEO Jeff Robinoff appeared together and sat at the conference room table, the flash bulbs behind the reporters flashed wildly for a while, and most of the cameras were aimed at the film director. The reason why we invited everyone here today is to make a public response to the incident and to explain the subsequent compensation to the families of the victims through all media friends and various media platforms. Jeff Robinoff did not use a host. He sat down and spoke directly to the microphone, looking at the large number of reporters in front of him. At present, Warner Brothers has had specific discussions with the families of the victims and has obtained their understanding. And since the incident, a large number of warning signs have been placed on its own media platforms and theaters. I hope that similar misfortunes will not happen again in the future. After speaking, he nodded to the host, indicating that the reporters could start asking questions. As expected, the first reporter to ask a question aimed at the silent film director. Director Greenberg, when you were shooting this film, did you expect that there would be something scary? No, it was just an accident. Wayne leaned forward, with a solemn and sad expression on his face, and spoke to the microphone in front of him. My original intention was to shoot a film that would bring excitement to the public, but I didn't expect such an unexpected incident to happen. Here, I once again call on the public fans to watch the film rationally. Fans with heart diseases should not watch this film. As soon as the voice fell, a reporter immediately asked, Wayne, after this incident, will you be more restrained in your subsequent works regarding the large-scale shots in the film? Of course. Wayne kept his face tense, which gave people the feeling that he took this issue very seriously. This incident has had a huge impact on me. After hearing that a fan lost their precious life because of the film I shot, I have hardly had a good sleep these days. I have been thinking about my original intention of making movies every day. Everyone knows that I just graduated from USC a few years ago. Every work I shot has been sought after by a large number of young people. I thought my work would bring spiritual enjoyment to the public, but I lost 2 precious lives because of it. In this regard, I have also made a deep reflection and will be more cautious in using large-scale lenses in the films I shoot in the future. I hope that this tragedy will not happen again. After saying this, he secretly looked at Jeff Robinoff, and before the reporter asked again, he continued to say into the microphone, I have discussed it with the production company Warner Brothers, and the company will hold a meeting to discuss the screening of the film in the next few days. Our common idea is that we do not rule out the possibility of withdrawing it early. After all, compared with the 2 precious illnesses, whether this movie is suitable for continued screening has become a common doubt. When he said this, the conference room suddenly buzzed. This news was too shocking. In Hollywood, we have only heard of increasing the screening time of a film through public relations, but never heard of voluntarily withdrawing the film. There are too many issues involved. Even the distribution agreement signed with the theater company will be a sky-high compensation figure. Director Greenberg, are you saying that it may be withdrawn in the near future? A reporter from the Los Angeles Times asked impatiently. Wayne nodded and said seriously to the microphone, now this withdrawal proposal has been discussed within the company, and it is very likely to be passed in the near future. After he finished speaking, Jeff Robinoff coughed lightly into the microphone, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wayne is right. Warner Brothers is the first company in the world to produce and distribute sound films. From Sam Warner's improvement of sound film technology to Harry Warner's personal production of films, Warner Brothers' production philosophy has always been to bring joy to the general public, which has been the philosophy of the company for decades. Now 2 precious lives have been lost because of a movie which is contrary to the company's core philosophy, so it is not ruled out that a resolution will be passed to withdraw it in advance. The press conference ended in the surprise of the reporters. It's not that no one thought of the reason why Warner Brothers did this, but no one was stupid enough to say what they thought in their hearts now. In the subsequent media reports participating in the press conference, all of them mentioned this matter. The news that it might be withdrawn in the near future also spread throughout North America in an instant. On Thursday night, a large number of young people suddenly poured into the major theaters showing this film. These people who were already in their rebellious period, wanted to watch this terrifying film before it was withdrawn. The people who were most touched by this incident were not the fans who poured into the cinema, nor the insiders and media who reacted to Warner Bros.'s operation with admiration, but the Weinstein brothers of Miramax. In a cinema not far from the company, Harvey Weinstein and his brother Bob Weinstein sat in the lounge area of the cinema hall and had been observing for more than an hour. Since they entered the cinema at around 5 o'clock, the long line to watch it has not shortened, and more than 90% of these fans who came for excitement with curiosity are young people. They are the main force contributing to the box office. Bob Weinstein suddenly sighed as he looked at the constant flow of people in the hall. Harvey Weinstein heard his brother's words, but he never turned back, and also stared at the crowd of moviegoers and clenched his fists. Thinking of the plan in the safe in his office, his scalp was numb. Wayne Greenberg, you not only play with human nature in movies, but you also, what? Bob Weinstein didn't hear him clearly and asked in confusion. He shook his head at his brother and didn't explain. Others didn't know, but Harvey Weinstein knew very well that the marketing plan that Warner Bros. Was playing now must have come from that young man. He had begun to have doubts since the first scary news appeared. He was not the only one who doubted this matter, but no one was stupid enough to talk nonsense at this time. Warner Bros. Gave all Hollywood distribution companies a vivid lesson. From the development of this matter to now, in just 4 days, almost all people in the circle understood it. The whole process of this marketing plan is probably already in the offices of many distribution companies. Harvey Weinstein understood that this was just a simplified version. If it was carried out according to the plan, through the bombardment of large-scale media and activities, the impact would be much greater. Why do I feel that this movie is not as scary as it is on TV? Two young men who had just left the theater were talking as they walked out. It is very scary, but it shouldn't be scary enough to kill people, right? Another young man in the same group scratched his head and also questioned. But the story of the movie is really good. It reminds me of my childhood. Yes, I feel the same way. The story is really good. This is not the first question the Weinstein brothers have heard, but even though they questioned, almost no fans who have watched the movie cursed, and no one showed anger of being deceived. Looking at the backs of the two young men, Harvey Weinstein said, "Bob, I suddenly regret it." Regret? Harvey. Bob Weinstein immediately looked at his brother seriously. You don't want to regret it, do you? Wayne Greenberg is definitely not a small person that we can control. Disney will not stand up to Warner Bros. For us, but Warner Bros. Will definitely bite us to death for that director. Chapter 223, The Box Office Blast. This question is very important. Bob Weinstein must remind his brother that playing with those little actors who are looking for opportunities and deceiving and fooling big directors like Wayne Greenberg are two completely different concepts. Bob, that's not what I meant. Harvey Weinstein's eyes never left the huge crowd of moviegoers. Although he is good at operating genre films, he has never seen such a big selling genre film. I just suddenly felt that shooting a rubbish witch movie in a short time is not worthy of the marketing plan at all. You can see the effect now. The box office of it has already exploded. After the marketing strategy of the past few days, the box office figures of this movie will definitely exceed the data of the forecasting agency. Shaking his head, Harvey Weinstein stood up with his belly bulging and left the theater with his brother. Although he said that some things cannot be changed, the witch movie still has to be shot, and he will still host the marketing plan. Even if the matter is exposed in the end, what is a little scolding compared to a large sum of US dollars? Regardless of whether he signed a contract with Wayne Greenberg or not, he was not going to regret it because of his greed. Not to mention that the other party's current status in the circle is not worse than his own, as long as he dares to blatantly cheat the other party once. It is estimated that Harvey Weinstein will definitely not be able to get along in the Jewish circle in the future. After Thursday, a new weekend came again. At 8 o'clock on Friday night, at the Coda Theater in Beverly, a grand premiere ceremony had just ended the red carpet interview and officially entered the film screening. Unlike other crew members, producer Nikki Marvin and director Frank Darabont sat in the lounge on the second floor with Paul Knight, the head of Columbia's distribution department. 2520 theaters opened. Director Frank Darabont's helpless voice has repeated this number all night. Normally, a film with such a large investment scale as The Shawshank Redemption is distributed through 6 major channels, and it is impossible to open on such a small scale. But when director Frank Darabont thought about the fact that there were more than 3,300 competitors showing the film even on weekdays, he felt helpless. The reason why they didn't watch the movie together was because none of the 3 of them were in the mood. The newspapers on the table, as long as they were in the entertainment section, were all about various news about it. As long as they thought of those horrible box office figures, almost no one in the core creative team had the heart to watch the movie. It, which was already in a state of box office explosion, has become more and more unstoppable at the box office after a set of reverse publicity and marketing by Warner Brothers. After taking nearly $70 million in the first weekend, creating the best opening performance of the year, it unexpectedly took $10.76 million on the first working day on Monday, which was simply eye-popping. This is just the harvest of the first working day. When the terrifying incident occurred, the box office not only did not fall as they expected, but because of the discount day and negative news, it took another $11.43 million. The box office pattern that should have been falling step by step on weekdays was once again broken by the film. As the news continued to ferment, it took in another $11.67 million on Wednesday. On Thursday, due to the press conference, Warner Brothers, which had already given a lot of goodwill to the general public, wanted to withdraw the film in advance. Countless passers-by went to the theater because of this social hot event. Especially those young people, under the rebellious and curious mentality, they went to the theater in groups like crazy, and many young people, in order to show off their bravery in front of their friends, watched the film more than once. Under the influence of this social trend, on Thursday, a weekday, the box office of it closed at $17.2 million, which made all the companies that have been paying attention to this film start to hold meetings to analyze Warner Brothers' marketing plan. After a week of release, under the incredible eyes of countless media critics, the film closed at the box office of $51.15 million in 4 working days, and the total box office for the whole week reached a terrifying $120.44 million. This film broke the 100 million mark too quickly and too smoothly. This result was absolutely beyond everyone's expectations. When the new weekend came again, they had received very bad news from the beginning of the morning. It and The Shawshank Redemption appeared in the theater at the same time, but more than 90% of the fans who walked into the theater chose the former. In a day, bad news came one after another. No matter how grand the premiere of The Shawshank Redemption was, no matter how many stars stood on the stage, it did not make the 3 people excited. Later, after the movie started, they simply hid in the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor. Did all our publicity work go in vain? Producer Nikki Marvin's face was gloomy, and her voice was full of disbelief. But those professional film critics and media who gave the film good reviews and high scores, as well as many fans who watched it first, gave professional ratings that were not fake. The 3 of them had doubts in their hearts. After a day of market observation, even after the work was over, the data fed back by the observers at night showed that The Shawshank Redemption was seriously not suitable for the market. What they were worried about was, could this film be another typical example of a film that has great reputation, but is not popular? Such films are not uncommon. There have always been films that have great reputation among professionals and fans, but are still not suitable for the market. On the contrary, those summer popcorn films, whether they are science fiction films or action blockbusters, all have pitifully low professional ratings, but they can always create miraculous high box office. Don't worry, maybe there is still a chance. Paul Knight's voice rang out, and he also tightened his face. As long as the film can hold up under the publicity of fans who have seen it, and spread it by word of mouth, it is not uncommon for the box office performance to explode in the later period. At this time, Nikki Marvin wanted to refute him loudly, telling him that the theater companies absolutely did not have the patience to wait. If the box office of The Shawshank Redemption was not ideal in the first week, the major theater companies would definitely reduce the scale of screening. As a producer, she has seen a lot of such things. Now the theater companies are not without choices. They would definitely rather give the screen to it which can make money, and would not wait for The Shawshank Redemption to come back to life. This is a commercial society, and cinema companies are also commercial companies with the purpose of making profits. They will not leave the US dollars unearned just to sell Sony Columbia a face. Besides, Nicky Marvin has already felt that Sony Columbia has always been the one that suffers losses since it was acquired by the book company in the first few years. Among the 6 giants, it could suppress Paramount in the first 2 years, but after Paramount was acquired by Viacom, it was led by the powerful woman Shirley Lansing and resumed its labor pains in the summer season. Now, among the film giants under the 6 major media groups, only Sony Columbia is easier to bully. Various vague targetings in North America have made this book-controlled film giant in labor pains. It's almost over. Alright, let's go down. Paul Knight shook his head and took the lead to walk into the theater in the dark. The movie had been shown to the end, and the theater was silent, as if every audience member was immersed in the movie. In fact, as the head of distribution of a giant company, Paul Knight certainly knew very well that, if the film did not perform well in the first weekend, he could guess what the theater company would do. But what could he do? Would he be the first to say some discouraging words? Moreover, although this film was distributed by Columbia and a lot of money was invested in publicity and distribution, after all, the production company was not Columbia. Even if it would lose money in the end and could not make back the distribution costs from the box office, there was still the possibility of a flying operation. He could not guarantee the box office of this film, but he knew that the videotape market would definitely be good. The film gradually ended, and when the lights came on again, the unexpected applause also woke everyone up. Hundreds of people who watched the whole movie carefully stood up and applauded vigorously almost at the same time after the film ended. The applause lasted for at least 10 minutes. The crew members led by Nicky Marvin took 3 curtain calls before stopping. This invisible encouragement gave the core creators who were cold in their hearts a glimmer of hope. They hoped to wake up tomorrow morning and get good box office news. Don't think about it, go to the reception first. Frank Darabont patted the male lead Tim Robbins on the shoulder. Tomorrow we will start a heavy publicity campaign. Go back and rest early after the reception. At least the audience's reaction is very good, isn't it? But Tim Robbins did not become happy because of his words, but kept frowning. But Morgan is still in the police station. His wife didn't bail him out, but bit him again. This is simply unbelievable. In fact, they understood what was going on. Morgan Freeman was treated as a monkey by Warner Brothers, and it must be finished. For his huge assets, his wife would definitely not mind kicking him a little more and kicking him into a deeper well. This kind of thing is not uncommon in Hollywood. Now the crew is constantly attacked by Warner Brothers media because of this incident. There will always be a lot of troubles. Morgan is finished. If you really have a good relationship with him, wait 2 years. Wait until the public forgets about this matter and then help him get some suitable roles. Frank Darabont also sighed and gave the most timely advice. Nicky Marvin and the others would never have imagined that not far from the Kodak Theater, where the premiere took place, in another theater in the Beverly Hills area, Wayne and Naomi Watts, in disguise, were also watching The Shawshank Redemption. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Squeeze It Clean, While It's Still Valuable. The theater was dark, and the movie being shown on the big screen had already reached the second half. In the almost unbelievable warm tone of the movie, the greatest theme in the core of the story, hope was revealed everywhere. The atmosphere of watching this movie today was very strange. There were only a dozen people in the theater. As the atmosphere of the movie was rendered, the few viewers who were already silent fell silent. Sergey and Nina sat next to Naomi Watts, and Wayne sat in a seat close to the aisle. Although he was watching the movie seriously, he could not concentrate because he had seen it before. The remaining 3 people sitting on his left were different. They were almost deeply immersed in the story woven by the movie. Hope, a thing that is too precious in reality, made the 3 of them completely immersed in it. This time, on a whim, I asked the 3 of them to accompany me to watch the movie, just for the obsession in my heart. Not to mention the box office and other factors, this Shawshank Redemption is definitely one of the top few good movies in the entire film history, and it is also a movie that Wayne has always believed that men should watch carefully. It is not as toxic as The Pursuit of Happiness or as deliberate as The Intouchables, but it can influence a person's thoughts throughout the film. This is a must-see movie for men. I believe that Wayne is not the only one who agrees with this statement, but in his opinion, if it is distinguished by gender alone, this statement is still too narrow. He feels that this movie is one of the few that breaks through the limitations of men's movies. When we are helplessly faced with the kind of chaos that imprisons the freedom of the soul as in the movie, are we the helpless old Brooke, the frustrated Red, or the wise Eddie? Use wisdom, trust hope, and bravely face the fear to defeat him. Even Wayne feels that the reason why this movie is called a classic and is still popular after more than 10 or 20 years is because it has always been doing one thing, always allowing you to appreciate the beauty of hope from different angles. Boss. After the movie, Nina's ordinary face was full of entanglement. As soon as she walked out of the theater, she couldn't wait to call him. Why is it that such a good movie has so few people watching it? He understood what Nina meant by this. It was the first day of the release, but in such a large screening room, including the 4 of them, there were only a dozen people. This was inconsistent with the terrible reputation of the film, and it was also inconsistent with the high professional rating of 9.8. This puzzled many people. Before getting on the car, it was Sergey who answered the assistant's doubts. He was a big bear with the same entanglement on his face. This movie is a good movie, but it is not suitable for watching in a place like a movie theater. When the movie is released on videotape, I will definitely buy a collector's edition and keep it for watching alone at midnight. After the car started, Nina and Naomi Watts were thinking about Sergey's words. These 2 sentences also reminded them that this movie is indeed not suitable for watching in the theater. Wayne had known this result long ago. Not to mention the time-honored The Shawshank Redemption. Even if this movie was rescreened several times by Sony Columbia, the total box office was only more than $50 million, which was completely inconsistent with its huge reputation. Some movies are like this. Everyone will admit that it is good, but it is indeed not suitable for entering the theater market. Looking at the situation, The Shawshank Redemption should not be able to make a comeback. Although Naomi Watts felt a little pity, this result was what she wanted to see. If it could not make a comeback, the man next to her could once again achieve greatness. But this kind of movie should have a role in the Oscars. Those old men in the Academy will definitely like this movie very much. The Australian beauty and Nina leaned together. The 2 women were still reminiscing about the movie they had just watched. No. Wayne shook his head nonchalantly. The subject matter of this movie determines that it is impossible to make a difference in the Academy Awards. Facing the gazes of the 2 women, he did not continue to explain. At the Oscars next year, The Shawshank Redemption did receive many nominations, but nominations are just nominations in the end. Regardless of whether the status of this film in people's hearts has long surpassed Forrest Gump as time goes by, and whether this film has rekindled the hope of life for many people after watching it, it can never be compared with Forrest Gump at this time. This year's Forrest Gump will be the big winner of the Oscars, and sober insiders should have expected it a long time ago. The American conservatism shown in the movie has always represented the fundamental needs of North American productivity and values, and is also the direction of American culture. This is the fundamental interest of the North American public. Some people think that Forrest Gump is a bowl of fake chicken soup, and the life of cheating everywhere is too unreal, but what is revealed in the film is indeed the most in line with the current American values. The sentence "life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what the next one will taste like." The beginning of the film, where Gump sits on a bench, has already explained too many things. If the Oscars are viewed from an Oriental perspective, then The Shawshank Redemption is definitely more advantageous than Forrest Gump. This is just a different perspective. After the car returned to the manor, the assistant automatically ran back to the study. She has a lot of work to do now, especially to communicate with the accountant at any time, and to ensure that the various fund tables sent back by Colin Howard are processed. The lawyer also needs her to keep an eye on it. However, as long as the popularity of it is over, Wayne's financial transactions are fully prepared, and after successfully acquiring shares in Warner Brothers, her work will gradually decrease. Wayne can't trust many people. Even the accountant Colin Howard maintains the necessary supervision. This is a lesson left to him by countless predecessors, and the main financial review and supervision methods are in Nina's hands. If the accountant can still play tricks on the funds, the only loophole may only be to connect with Nina. The difficulty coefficient is too high. Outsiders will never know how much Nina can get from Wayne, and others can't give such stable and long-term benefits. It's so hard to be her assistant. Naomi Watts sighed as she watched Nina push her glasses and walk into the study before going upstairs with him. This time, she has lived in the manor for many days, and the assistant lady is much busier than before. Fortunately, you chose a top student like Nina, otherwise ordinary people really can't be your assistant. Wayne shrugged, opened the bedroom door and walked in. He didn't object to this view. Whether it was fate or something else, Nina was indeed a good assistant who was both capable and compatible with him. Naomi, don't think of her as an assistant. After taking off his shirt and sitting on the balcony, he still explained. Nina is not only my life assistant during filming, she is also my personal manager. Personal? Well, I want to say that she is more than just an assistant. Of course, there are many things he didn't say, but correspondingly, the salary he gave Nina was definitely far more than the scope of an assistant. The bonus that he always mentioned was not a joke. Since the assistant's work has increased, every time Wayne receives a remuneration, a percentage of it belongs to Nina. She gets no less than Jimmy, the agent. Are you still waiting for the box office to come out? Naomi Watts changed into her pajamas, walked to the balcony, and sat beside him, carefully stepping on the ground, trying not to touch the two dogs snuggling beside him. But, Wayne. The Australian beauty took a sip of his black tea, turned her head, and stared at his eyes strangely. Your attitude towards the movie The Shawshank Redemption today is obviously not like your usual self. It doesn't sound like you would say something like going to see a very good movie. Wayne was stunned for a moment and asked, what am I like usually? What should I say? Naomi Watts put away her smile and tightened all her expressions. It can be seen that she was deliberately imitating his state at work. First, will backquote The Shawshank Redemption cause trouble for our film? If this film performs well, how much loss will it cause to our film? Second, backquote it has already crushed it at the box office, so don't take this film to heart. Third, now that our film has exploded at the box office, how much value can it create for us? We must squeeze out all the value while the heat is still there. Wayne, who had just been leisurely lighting a cigarette, pointed at himself in surprise when he heard her say what she said in the same way as him, and said, am I like this usually? Yes. Naomi Watts winked playfully, took the cigarette from his hand, elegantly put it in her mouth, and took a deep puff. In your mouth, movies have nothing to do with art. Only valuable movies are qualified to talk about art. You are usually like this. Okay. Wayne tilted his head and said self-deprecatingly, it seems that I have become a qualified Jewish capitalist. Naomi Watts put the cigarette back into his mouth, turned around and lay in his arms, looked up at his face and asked, so, Mr. Greenberg, how much value do I have in your eyes? Or, when are you going to squeeze out my value? FXXKXU. Wayne reached out his hand, gently pinched the chin of the blonde beauty, and said to her, some things must not be said casually. From your words, I have noticed the huge changes in myself in the past few years. Don't let me lose my original partner, okay? Naomi Watts looked at his serious expression and nodded. She and Wayne have known each other for many years, not just 1 or 2 days, and she knows that what he said is indeed the truth. Chapter 225, No Decline in Box Office. Naomi Watts' unintentional teasing made Wayne realize the huge changes in himself. He had unknowingly changed from a small director carrying a camera to a capitalist who puts profit first in everything. The Hollywood circle has always believed in money, fame and fortune instead of God. This change is also a reflection of his continuous success. No need to wait for the box office to come out. Go to bed early. Wayne shook his head, gently stroked the sleeping golden retriever, stood up and pulled the Australian beauty into the bedroom. Before leaning against the head of the bed to sleep, Naomi Watts asked him curiously, "Aren't you worried about the next weekend box office of it? I think no director can sleep well at this time. With the massive and intensive marketing, the investment of a large amount of media resources, the various controversies caused by the film's terrifying death incident, and the huge screening scale, if there are still unexpected box office performances under such favorable conditions, there is no point in waiting. Go to sleep." After saying that, he turned off the bedside lamp, hugged the blonde beauty, and closed his eyes peacefully. He believed that, when he woke up, it would still be in its original position. Greenberg Manor gradually became quiet. In a villa on the Malibu beach in Los Angeles, Jeff Robinoff sat in the study, still waiting for today's box office report. Under his leadership, Warner Bros. Has done so much work in the past week. It can be said that it has frequently made moves in media publicity. On the one hand, it has been biting the Shawshank Redemption and continuously smearing it, while on the other hand, it has been carrying out its own marketing methods and constantly hyping the media. The purpose of all this is for the box office, so he can't sleep peacefully without seeing the results. Sony Columbia was no clay man. They also had a lot of slander against the crew of it. It was just that the news was covered up by the various hypes of Warner Brothers, which made the situation seem one-sided. It's already midnight, and the data hasn't been transmitted yet. The door of the study was pushed open, and his wife Bonnie, wearing pajamas, walked to the desk with a cup of coffee, put the hot coffee in front of Jeff Robinoff, and said, "This movie has been released for the second week, right? The situation is very good now. What are you still worried about?" As the wife of a film company executive, Bonnie also has a deep understanding of this circle, otherwise she and her husband would not have many common topics. After being married for 20 or 30 years, Jeff Robinoff took a sip of the hot coffee, raised his arm, and grabbed his wife's hand. The company has very high expectations for this movie. The market analysis department has done a detailed investigation. The box office potential of this movie has not been fully released. You go to rest first. I'll wait for a while. I'll accompany you. Bonnie sat next to her husband, and her eyes naturally fell on the files on the table. There was a photo of a young man on the first page of the file. She knew that this was Wayne Greenberg. Every production company would produce such a director's file. Unlike the information available on the surface, the production company had much more detailed information. It not only contained market analysis of the director's recent works, but also personal prospects and other forward-looking information. Jeff Robinoff also saw his wife's gaze, reached out to pick up the file on the table, put it on the bookshelf behind him, and explained, "This young man is becoming more and more important to the company. His works have become an important part of Warner Bros. Revenue. From this file, we can see that his level is still improving. Such a young man is too rare." Bonnie also understood this person's achievements, so she sighed sincerely. He seems to be born for Hollywood. From the moment he entered this circle, it seems that he immediately integrated into this industry without any adaptation. At this moment, the fax machine clicked and clicked. She stood up, took the fax machine, and handed it to her husband, who had been waiting for several hours. Jeff Robinoff smiled when he saw the first row of data. After reading the short printed information, he took a sip of coffee with satisfaction, as if he was drinking champagne for victory. Not bad? His wife saw his expression and knew that he must be very proud of today's box office. Jeff Robinoff shook the printed paper. $20.16 million US. This number is higher than we expected. It seems that the work of the past few days is worth it. Got. Bonnie understood the meaning of this number and said in surprise, "This number is exactly the same as last Friday." If the advance box office is not counted, it can be said that the film has not fallen in the second weekend. This is simply unbelievable. That's right. Jeff Robinoff nodded. Don't look at Wayne Greenberg's films as if they are full of personal style, but if you only look at the commercial achievements, he is already the top level in Hollywood. Thinking of the increasingly terrifying business ability of this director, he was glad for his choice a few years ago. If he hadn't initiated the other party's project, he might not have taken over the position of CEO so smoothly. He let out a long sigh. Warner Bros. Project performance this year was not ideal, and there were doubts about him as the new CEO within the board of directors. He used all of his media resources, and even through Kevin Tsujihara, he used the news resources of the parent company Time Warner. This move was right again. The current box office trend of the film will definitely make this year's performance look much better. You know, the box office profit of Wayne's film only accounts for less than 20% of the total profit. For a movie of this nature, the advantage of a flying operation is too obvious. What about The Shawshank Redemption? Bonnie thought of the competitor that was officially released today. Jeff Robinov looked at his wife who had been with him for decades and suddenly laughed even happier. About $4.7 million. This film only earned $4.7 million on the first day of its release, with more than 2,500 theaters showing it. $4.7 million? Bonnie was once again shocked and asked, didn't the critics, the media, and the fans who attended the preview give good reviews? How is it possible? Hearing his wife's words, Jeff Robinov threw down the faxed materials and stood up to go back to his room to rest. Don't worry about that. The critic's reputation is not bad, and the group that professional reputation can affect is definitely smaller than we think. Rest. At the same time, in the Sony Columbia building on West Washington Avenue, Paul Knight, the producer, director and other core creative staff who returned to the company after the premiere, were also watching the statistics that had just been sent. Even though they had to catch an early morning flight and lead the team to go out for publicity activities, Nikki Marvin and Frank Darabont were not sleepy at all. Without seeing the first-hand statistical information, none of them could rest in peace. $4.7 million. Director Frank Darabont's voice trembled, and he looked at the others in disbelief. Even though they knew that the first day box office might not be ideal, the film's huge reputation still left them with a lot of hope. When the specific statistics came out, all their hopes were shattered at once. We have to think of a way, Paul. Nikki Marvin's expression was cold enough to squeeze water out of it. The box office of it today is several times ours. If this continues, our screening scale will be reduced after a week. Paul Knight put down his fingers, rubbing his eyebrows, and kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind. But the more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Almost all the unfavorable situations had been encountered. You go back and rest first. I will call the 3 major theaters early tomorrow morning and ask them to ensure the screening scale of The Shawshank Redemption as much as possible. Now we must do a good job of publicity. I hope that word of mouth from movie fans can increase the box office. The producer and director both understood that this was the only job they could do now. If their own films were not chosen by the general public, it would be meaningless to use any competitive means. Both of them nodded dully and stood up to go back and rest. At least, there should be no more problems in the publicity work. When both of them left the office, Paul Knight also took his coat off the hanger and prepared to put it on and go home to rest. But before he walked out of the office, the phone on the table rang. After he answered the phone for a few minutes, he put down the phone and a look of relief appeared on his face in an instant. The call was from the CEO of Benzi, who informed him that in addition to the regular publicity activities that had been scheduled, the company had given up the subsequent publicity and promotion investment for The Shawshank Redemption and was ready to stop losses in time. Such a decision could be made in a short time, indicating that the CEO was extremely pessimistic about the subsequent performance of the film and had basically given up the hope of making the film a comeback. He understood that Sony Columbia and Castle Rock Pictures should have put all their hopes on the awards season and the Academy Awards. If the film can win a major award, the rescreening after the Oscars ceremony may not be able to recover the cost with the halo of the award. Paul Knight was in no hurry to inform the crew of the news. He continued to put on his clothes and prepared to go home. The fact that the company made this decision in such a short time showed that they had anticipated the current situation and had made preparations in advance. This should be a big blow to the core creative team of the crew. It is equivalent to the distribution company abandoning them directly on the day of the release. Rather than making the 2 people who just left more upset, it is better to let them have a good sleep and tell them the unfortunate news after they set off for publicity. After going downstairs and getting in the car, Paul Knight was still thinking about the data in the back of the car until he was out of West Washington Avenue. In particular, when he thought of the box office figures of it, which basically did not show any decline, He felt a suffocation in his heart. Wayne Greenberg, you dark lunatic. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.